Alright, no sense in delaying it further than we should. I think I'm audible. The microphone seems to be on. Hello, hello, good evening. Hi, hi. Kikoete orimasu deshou ka? Ah, right. So, let me finish setting up my substance abuse and we can get right into it. I guess we can start with the slop. By the way, oh hey there, Seku. You're just in time to also switch gears to kick because the YouTube chat isn't working. And since you're the only one who's frequently active there, that only affects you. How are you doing today? I am slightly late. I'm fashionably late. But I think you claimed first for today, actually. Congratulations on that. You get nothing. Okay, so what is this? People with zero blade discipline shouldn't be allowed near live blades. That is an accurate statement, and women are very big offenders of this. I look forward to seeing the fallout of a woman girl bossing. You are doing poorly because you need monster, a white monster for a white monster. Onegai shimasu. Is that one of those? Really, like, here's the thing, man. I understand that most people's taste palates are just dog shit. But how do all of you drink Monster? There's not a single good Monster flavor I have ever encountered. They're all fucking dog water. Even the ones that aren't overloaded with sucralose are still horrific to drink. Like, holy damn. I would rather just drink stale water than drink a Monster. All right, let's watch.
So I got my katana. I got my katana.
Oh, lovely. That's a classic one. Classic rookie mistake. So, yeah, one of the first things you're supposed to learn, and one of the first things I teach when I used to teach Iaido is fucking how? What do you mean? How do you cut yourself with a katana? Because the human impulse is to try to catch whatever is falling, and you need certain specific adaptations to understand that the thing you're trying to catch is like a what, that one is probably on the shorter end, so that's probably like a 39-inch sharp stick. Oh god, there's a fucking bot in the chat already. This is why I really don't enjoy dealing with Kick. It's because it has a very bad. She was basically beginning to drop it. No, here's the thing. She's holding it in the scabbard, but she's holding it upside down. And because it's not a real katana, it's one of those Chinese props. It's not tensioned correctly, so it's not being held in place. And to be fair, a lot of show katanas, like a lot of people, will not tension the saya correctly because, you know, opening or unsealing the katana is a difficult movement. It requires a lot of pinching strength, and most untrained people aren't very well suited to do that. She was basically begging to drop it. Well, again. Oh boy, oh, that hurts to look at. She didn't get it that bad though. Like, there's not a lot of lateral movement of the edge along soft tissue. Like, she just got a boo-boo. This is not nearly as bad as it could have been. Just based on that freeze frame. Like, she realized what she was doing very early on. So that's not a bad cut. It's not even dripping blood. It's not that bad.
I need to cut stream. I have to go to ER. I think I fucked my fingers.
She may have damaged her ligaments. Yeah. Yep. But there was no continual draw stroke across any significant soft tissue. So as you can see, at the very least, she has all of her fingers. Which is, you know what? She's already on the better side of that kind of incident.
I fucked around.
Thank you, thank you.
It's good that she understands that she did fuck around and she did find out. So it's good that she recognizes that
I
issue.
found out.
Hi guys. I did ended up going to the ER. They basically couldn't do anything because they were more of like a first responders, right? They didn't have the necessary help to give me there. So then I went to like the bigger hospital. I got in trauma. This is how it's called, trauma. They put me in.
It's an interesting accent. I'm having trouble placing it. Initially, my first guess was Eastern Europe, but now I'm not entirely sure.
Opened my hand and basically gave me local anesthesia, and it was horrible. The pain I felt, I don't even want to think about it, but I was screaming. I was screaming out of my head. They cleaned my hand. I didn't look right. So but even with the local anesthesia, when they were like trying to, do and touch me in the wound, I felt it. Like it was painful. They were hoping I didn't sever the tendon, but you guys know your streamer, and your streamer does not do halfway shit here. I do no halfway shit. So I ended up severing both tendons of my left hand all the way. The
Oh.
flexor ones, they're called, from this finger and from this finger.
Those I understand are very important fingers in the life of a single woman.
They
I am horrible.
they told me that I was lucky because I ended up. So I'm gonna try to explain this right. I got lucky that I severed from here, which is zone 1, here and here. I didn't sever them from this area, here and here, which is considered the no man land, or like zone 2. So I can do this.
Good
I can
evening,
do
sort of a
this.
demon. You're late.
What I cannot do is basically this.
Oh.
I don't know how to explain because they were like explaining to me in English, and now I'm not looking at. I mean, like they're not telling you you're looking at 100% recovery. They kept telling me, "Oh, you're gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine, whatever."
I mean, to be fair, it's a fairly easily repaired ligament. Like, unless it's because it's not a burn. It's not she severed it with a sharp object. There's no blunt force trauma. There's no loss of cartilage. I assume as long as she didn't damage the joints, which I don't think she did. It's a very foreign accent. I'm having trouble placing it. My first guess was that it's the Eastern European, but I guess not. But regardless, uh, as long as they were able to reattach the ligament, it should heal completely eventually.
And then they said they cannot fix anything.
Oh, oh, that's unfortunate.
Logically, because I need like a specialist that can do this. So now I'm scheduled for surgery on Monday.
Oh, okay. So she will have proper surgery to reattach it. Okay.
So fingers crossed. They bring in like a hand specialist for this, and that's it.
I'm gonna leave a quick insightful. All right, we're gonna keep at a like here. So there you go. Do not fuck around, and you will decrease your possibility of finding out. Moving on. Top 10 things black people claimed they invented, but they actually didn't. Okay, let's take a look.
Day 7 of exposing black history because, like, it literally did not even happen. Top 10 things black people didn't actually invent. Number 10, ice cream. Augustus Jackson, this guy claims to be the father of modern ice cream, says he invented modern ice cream. But modern ice cream, like with salt used in the process, that appears in Mary L's cookbook from 1711. And what actually made ice cream available to everyone was Nancy Maria Johnson's hand-cranked ice cream freezer. Augustus Jackson, like, literally just sold ice cream. Number 9, the cell phone. Harry T. Sampson is claimed to have invented the cell phone. That just literally never happened. His name is on a patent for the gamma electric cell, which has to do with nuclear reactors, not cell phones. He himself had to say, contrary to what you read on the internet, I had literally nothing to do with inventing the cell phone. That was actually invented by a Martin Cooper who was working for Motorola. Number 8, central heating. Alice Parker, 1919. Central heating existed for over 100 years prior to Alice Parker in various forms. What she actually had was a patent for a kind of heating using natural gas, but it never got used or commercialized. It actually had no real safety features, so it could easily start fires in your own house while natural gas is leaking out from having no shutoff valves whatsoever. Number 7, the gas mask. Garrett Morgan, 1914. He didn't invent the gas mask. That was actually John Stenhouse in 1854. Garrett just made a different kind of mask that had already been around for 60 years. Number 6, traffic lights. Back at it again with Garrett Morgan. No. John Peake Knight made the first traffic signal in 1868. Lester Wire made the first electric signal in 1912. William L. Potts made the modern traffic signal, the one that we see all around the world today. What Garrett Morgan did was make a hand-cranked version in 1923. Number 5, blood banks. Charles Drew didn't invent blood preservation. That was Oswald Robertson working for the British Army during the First World War. He didn't invent blood banks. That was Bernard Fantis in 1937. What he actually did was just help with blood collection efforts. And I know his Wikipedia page says he was black, but I look at this guy, I don't know. Number 4, refrigerated trucks. Frederick Jones. This guy also gets attributed to air conditioning, which he also did not do, but refrigeration was around already way before. Gustavus Swift in 1878 already had cooled rail cars, which revolutionized the meat industry in Chicago, and refrigerated trucks were around in the 1920s. Number 3, the pencil sharpener. John Lee Love. Yeah, he gets credit for the patent in 1897, but the first pencil sharpener was actually made by a Frenchman, Bernard Lassamon, and it was popularized and made modern in France by another Frenchman, Thierry Esteveau, in 1847, which is 50 years before John Lee Love. Number 2, the light bulb. Lewis Latimer. Yeah, that was just Thomas Edison. Number 1, peanut butter. George Washington Carver did not actually invent anything to do with peanuts. It's claimed he made 300 different uses for peanuts, one of which is peanut butter, but that was actually made by Marcellus Edson, a French-Canadian guy who, funny enough, is also claimed to be black, and they literally just put pictures of Carver and say that that's Edson. Truth matters, and
You can, in fact, just make up black history. See, here's the thing. If they didn't feel so compelled to constantly fucking lie about everything that leftists like, maybe they would get scrutinized less, and our initial impulse wouldn't be to double check to see what they've lied about again. The Big Doyle? I don't know what a Big Doyle is. I'm sampling a new Tiguanin that I've received from my dealer. So when my Secret Santa bought me tea last time, I also received a sampler for a Tiguanin made in the Jiangwei style, and I'm not sure how it's different from the Tiguanin I usually consume. So I'm going to find that out today. I originally wanted to sample it during a hand cam stream, but I have not yet purchased a desk, and y'all are not nearly active enough with those subs. So no desk, therefore no hand cam stream, therefore I get to enjoy my tea on my own. Sucks to suck. All right, let's check that brew while we switch over to...
Now this one's actually about a white guy who's considered to be one of the good ones since he decided to just start killing normal white Christians in service of his political agenda. Does that sound familiar? We have John Brown, the abolitionist freedom fighter whose failed uprising against slavers in the South before the Civil War inspired generations of militant activists. You've probably heard of him, right? Your elementary school teacher loved him. Today you see Antifa and far-left militant groups naming themselves after him, displaying his name on their merch, on their uniforms, because his name has become synonymous with direct action. Revolution, which just means killing innocent white Christians. And it's no wonder they identify with him. Brown was actually a complete loser. He became a radical only after decades of failed businesses and bankruptcy caused by his just like generally stupid and erratic behavior. So he
Leftists and leftist icons being retarded. In other news, water is wet.
moves to Kansas, where there's already a lot of tension over whether the state's going to adopt slavery, and he makes it worse by kidnapping and murdering 5 innocent settlers, claiming the attack was done in revenge for attacks by pro-slavery forces,
Because
which
that
actually
will
had
definitely
literally
help.
nothing to do with the victims he killed. So he just like brutally executes these people with swords, like they couldn't even defend themselves. Not exactly the same thing as heroic combat against evil slave owners. Also, none of the victims even owned slaves. But hey, at least he's doing it for a good cause. What about the raid on Harper's Ferry? That thing he was most well known for. That was not a heroic attempted slave uprising. That was basically suicide by cop with extra steps. Immediately it was obvious this guy had no idea what he was doing. The raiders failed to secure the routes into and out of the town. They were quickly discovered. The first person Brown's henchmen killed was Hayward Shepard, a free black person who was shot in the back as he was running to go get the police because he just saw like a bunch of crazy people with guns showing up in his town. And they couldn't have picked a worse target for the raid. Like, Harper's Ferry had a large black population, but 75% of them were free and prosperous at the time, and the remaining black people were relatively well-treated house slaves, so like pretty much no one wanted to join up with this guy. So they keep killing innocent people, including the mayor, Fontaine Beckham, who was both unarmed and renowned for his generosity to the town's black community before being pushed back into the federal armory after the alarm was raised. So eventually the Marines show up to help free the hostages, led by 100% American hero patriots Robert E. Lee and Thomas Stonewall Jackson. So they storm the building, they take minimal casualties, they easily overcome Brown's men in hand-to-hand combat despite the raiders having fortified positions. So it was a total failure. Brown was captured alive and was so embarrassed that during the trial, he lied and claimed that he hadn't actually been attempting a slave uprising at all, only a peaceful protest march. Sound familiar? And Northern abolitionists would repeat this lie after Brown was executed, which would help to convince patriotic Southerners like Stonewall Jackson and Robert Lee that there was no chance of national reconciliation. And the rest is history. We had a civil war.
Why is that a Kaguya reference? Sorry, why is that the immediate place where my brains go, or where my brain goes? Hey there, Soul. We're just watching how you can just make up Black history. But yeah, it does sort of contribute to the overall accurate observation of the fact that the Civil War was largely started under false pretense and was just a power grab by Lincoln. Okay, now, moving on. Before we experience joy, we must experience slop. Interesting, you say. What is that? Top 3 Gen 5 Glock. Concerns. I think I watched that one. How to put on Bulgu. I think he's, isn't that guy a kendo instructor? Midnight in the Russian Metro. Is that another one of those RT payroll creators?
Imagine if you could clean your retainer at the touch of a button. Our team of top product engineers.
Hello
Imagine having teeth so crooked that you need a retainer.
to you guys, and this is as always, welcome back to my channel and welcome back to Russia. It's currently 11 p.m. here in Moscow, and I will take you to the last trains of Moscow Metro. So we're going to see how actually safe Russia is.
So this is very central Russia. So, excuse me, that's very central Moscow, so hardly indicative, not just of Russia overall, but even barely indicative of Moscow.
So let's go.
So that's one of the newer train stations as
guys.
well. So, the skyscrapers you see in the distance there are the so-called Moscow City. Ayame from Hololive reference, cringe, you know? I mean, why would that be cringe? Hololive is, I would argue, the industry standard for VTubing. Would you even say that hello to offline friends? That's okay. You're not going to be judged here. You are in a VTuber chat. Okay, so this is Kutuza. Okay, so this is as I was saying. So Moscow City is like, it is an agglomeration of business centers and extremely overpriced high rises, and basically those are the only skyscrapers that Moscow has. Previously very heavily populated by crypto bros. Now I would say it's mostly venture capital firms Pre-war, I think the Big Four was considering at least renting some spots over there. And those sound familiars were pretty good, yeah. Still say Bybee from time to time because of Lucky Channel. It's been a while since I've rewatched Lucky Star. I need to recharge my all-encompassing racism by watching Lucky Star. As I was saying, so this is very central. This is like one of the most expensive parts of the city to be in.
This area is quite central. You can see behind me there is a main office of Sberbank.
Not quite central. It's like literally the Lucky Star watch long stream when? Ha, that's a good idea. We should do that. We should do that eventually. Hold me to that one, please.
Over there behind is Moscow City, and this station called Kutuzovskaya.
Why does she pronounce that so weird? Because she speaks English with an accent, but she then said Kutuzovskaya with an accent. God, I fucking hate the fact. Let's roll that back a little bit. First of all, I fucking hate the security theater on most Moscow metro stations. The metal detectors always go off. They sometimes pick you out of the crowd. They want to x-ray your bags if you have a bag. I would have been flagged every time I would try to go through. And it's security theater because I still carry a knife on me, because what the fuck are you gonna do? Here's the thing. I'm gonna make a bet right off the bat. Okay, she's not going to go anywhere near the periphery. She's definitely not going to like really bad places like Chertanova. She's not going to go to any of the larger woodland parks in the city periphery, because that is where you have serial killers. Now, I'm not saying that she should do that. I'm saying that she is presenting a very skewed picture here.
I don't think anything can happen to me today because I'm wearing a very lucky hat. And of course, Princess Gopnik outfit. Also, I have a sumachka, so if anyone dangerous will come to me, I will punch them.
By the way, yeah, to answer your question, yes, that is your typical Muscovite gassed up for.
Wow, it's so pretty here, isn't it? Even at night. This is Kievskaya station. I wanted to come here because it is big interconnected station with a railway station. And usually in such places you can see weird people or homeless.
No, you can't. Because no, that's not where they congregate. They all congregate in the peripheral metro lines because the police patrols very rarely make it out there to remove them.
So let's go and let's see if we can find any.
Ever since they've added the security barriers outside that are less conducive to fare hopping, the homeless have also had an issue of getting into the metro stations, and those are more prominently featured on newer stations. So even like the real hotspots for the undesirables will normally be your railway stations, your major railway stations. So that's going to be your Yaroslavsky railway station. To a lesser extent, why do you not like my plate carrier? How dare you? Just a second, I need to remove the patch. If we're going to not be in uniform, then I need to remove the patch. 2B wants me to enjoy the current psyop. He doesn't like the Pepe meat. Train ride vacation? A Hawaiian shirt is hardly appropriate attire for Moscow in the winter. Okay, so she's exiting towards a major shopping mall. It's called Yevropeyski. I forget whose turf this is, if it's the Chechens or the Dagestanis.
There
There used to be a very prominent turf war happening there back in the day, and I didn't follow on how that was resolved.
European shopping mall behind me. So far, so good. I think it's honestly even prettier here in the evening time. You can see the time on the clock tower.
This bus stop is new. It must be recently constructed. We can scroll around a little bit. Let's see how far she goes. She's still in the metro, still on the newer lines.
Look, it has a CCTV camera.
Yeah, no shit.
Perfect, don't mix squad.
So,
God, I should know where this is. Like, I know that exact wall, but I don't remember.
why do we actually have so less weird people inside the metro is because at each station at the front there are metal gates with inspectors who actually monitor everybody who is coming inside the metro. So if you are crazy or very drunken or just not behave properly, they probably wouldn't let you in.
Yes. So you have agents of the state barring your entry into a public facility that your taxes pay for. Isn't that a great setup for a well-managed society?
So this is why actually inside is very safe, and also police patrols.
And again, that only applies to very central stations, and she is still very much in the center.
Samolska station
Okay, so she's on Kamsa.
is also very big connecting station with a few railway stations. So a lot of people you can see right now with the luggages.
So this is an intersection between the red line and the ring line. So very prominent, very central, very heavy police presence. That's why I recognize that wall, because I used to get off the red line and go onto the central line from here.
Traveling somewhere or going to the train. Also, this area can be very full of random people coming to. The idea is right now is to take a red line. It is no more a very central area, so I want to go to.
Yeah, it only goes along the most prestigious and more expensive parts of the city, but go off, Queen.
Cherkizovskaya to actually make a transfer to MCC line to go home. Otherwise, I will be stuck somewhere. Even at night, train come every 2 minutes, which is pretty fast and bright. So I need to hurry up to catch.
But you would love subways. You really enjoy flying in airports. Never lived in a city big enough to have a train station. Subways are a mixed bag. I really enjoy the Tokyo subway and the Kyoto subway. Those I like. The Osaka subway tries too hard for my taste. The Osakans are fucking weird. The Osaka is truly just Austin, Japan, and it shows. I don't mind the Moscow Metro. I had to use it for quite an extensive time. And I've also seen it in its, less how should I put this? Less curated forms. And yeah, it's a bit of a mixed bag, is what I'm going to say.
The last train home.
We have a light train here in Austin that's like an above ground metro line, but I live way too far away from it to ever make use of it. So usually it's like, well, would you like to Uber to use the light rail to then also Uber to a different place that you need to get to, or you could just Uber there directly, and the difference is going to be like $5 and 2 hours of your time.
Oh yes, I've got to the right side. Just need to go straight this direction because this is MCC line. It is big circle line, like a train line above the ground metro, and it has very big door.
So here's the thing. If you're in a neighborhood where the fucking food delivery bots are parked, you're definitely not in a bad part of town. Like, not to say that she's lying, but she's leaving some context out of it, okay? Like, let's be 100% here. All right, let's keep going. Quick palate cleanser. Sucho, interesting kata. I had to learn that one on my own instead of it being properly taught to me. So that I understand is probably their localized Shinkyokushin requirement for performing that. I really don't like the calf slap. You're supposed to transition into chambering a sidekick without punctuating that. But here's the thing. I could nitpick the way she does it. But then again, why? It's a pretty girl doing a pretty kata. Although that Sanshin Dashi is wide as hell. Hyperextending the elbow, not great. Excess range of movement on the chambering of the double inner knife hand. It's okay. Listen, let's enjoy things for what they are. It's a pretty girl doing pretty. It's a cute girl doing cute things. Okay, let's not spend too much time on that. So let's look at this. Dave is bringing us some fresh immigration news. Always interesting to look at. I like Dave. He has that go-getter spirit. He provides a very interesting perspective of Japan, being someone who lives there for quite a long time. His life story is very interesting. So let's see him give us the news about the changes in the business management visa and see if we can provide a wider context.
Japan is changing the locks. For years, this country was a best kept secret for anyone who wanted to build a life with some grit and a shoestring budget.
Well, I'm going to have to interrupt right away. Here, see, the problem is that it's no longer a well-kept secret. The problem is that a lot of low trust actors and bad faith actors have found out that Japan is actually great and the barrier to entry was actually fairly low. By the way, this new Guanyin is dog shit. Very astringent, barely has any flavor to it. Absolutely horrific. So I will not be rebuying this anytime soon.
But while everyone has been distracted by the election, the Japanese government has quietly installed a high-priced turnstile to enter the country. They haven't just raised the bar on visa renewals, they've...
See, I kind of disagree with separating the two, because like one does not exist without the other. The extremely high confidence of the Takaichi cabinet is so sort of due to the mandate that they have received from the population to also implement stricter immigration controls, and overhauling the visa requirements is a part of that. So I would say like one is a direct consequence of the other.
Installed a 30 million yen wall in some cases. And whether you want to move to Japan, start a business here, or renew your residency in 2026, a lot of the information that you would find online would now be dated. And Japan is now no longer so much looking for founders as they are for funders. So in this video, we're going to talk about 5 different ways in which the residency...
I kind of disagree with that to a certain extent. They still have programs for tech startups. They still want founders, but they want founders who have something of actual value to bring to the country, as opposed to people who are there on a shoestring budget. So again, not entirely fair to characterize it like that.
Rules and visa rules have changed that have set up an essential paywall for entry. So the first one that's very near and dear to my heart...
I actually agree with setting up a paywall for entry to Japan. I think fewer people should be able to afford it.
As I am interested in having a business in Japan, much as I have my main business incorporated in Canada, has to do with the business manager visa. It used to be that you would get a visa in Japan for the business manager visa of 5 million yen. So it's not an insignificant amount of money for a startup, and that's what the business manager visa is for. And people could do that. You could get the business manager visa. It does have other requirements, like you needed to have one or the other. You could hire somebody full-time, or you could have this investment ready. And
here's the thing. Like, while I recognize the utility that the business manager visa had, unfortunately, it was abused. It was abused like an Epstein masseuse. So it has outlived its utility. Any guardrails it may have had have gone completely out the window, and it is public knowledge that the business manager visa was widely abused by Chinese nationals who used it as an anchor to first gain entry into the country, then secure long-term residency, then eventually try to naturalize, while gaining all of the benefits from being in Japan and sort of latching onto the social support networks as soon as they can. That includes schooling, that includes good medicine, rather good healthcare, I mean. You didn't know that? Well, it's like it was that easy. It was a barely enforced visa, in the sense that it allowed for a lot of abuse. The barrier of entry was very low, and the standard for the business manager having to execute an actual for-profit business was not enforced. And not only that, there was also not a standard for the business manager to have a working knowledge of the Japanese language. So it was entirely too permissive, And it was fine up until the point that people willing to abuse the system found out about it.
And that would allow you to get the business manager visa, which is very powerful. But the big change is that now, rather than 5 million yen, this is going to be 30 million yen. So let's say around $200,000. Practically speaking, a lot of startups will have a technical founder and a non-technical founder. You each need the 30 million yen. So this effectively means that, as I alluded to start, that if you are going to come over here, it really is that you're in a position where you're an established business, because startups...
Well, here's the thing. If you're going to come in on a business manager visa, then yes, that is the case. Startups have their own track. Usually prefectures will have their local startup acquisition programs. I am most familiar with the one in Fukuoka, the one operated as part of their smart city program, where they're actively recruiting companies to come and move to Japan, and they issue visas slightly more leniently in the sense that they don't require as much capital up front for just the visa itself, but they do expect you to incorporate your company in Fukuoka specifically, and that will be the visa will be extended only to a couple of people in your like very senior management and their families, and that's it. Because the expectation is that, well, if you're building a startup in Japan, it's supposed to create jobs for Japanese people. So not only are you expected to incorporate in Fukuoka, you're also expected to actually hire Japanese people into your Japanese branch. So there's that. But that is the startup route. And I assume a lot of areas have something similar going on in terms of their baseline requirements.
Unless they've got some serious seed investment or whatever else, round A, round B, there's not a lot of them that are going to have $200,000 per person that they want to be in the country. And that would need to be in their bank. If you're going to have that...
I mean, realistically, with modern connectivity, do you really need more than one person in a specific market? Or do you just really want to be there? Because want and need are very distinct things.
Money, you're going to be spending it on a lot of stuff, whether it's salaries, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's anything else. So this is a pivot in the sense that they aren't so much looking for startups, really. And that's their business. I'm not here to judge. It's observational, but it really does make it hard for somebody who had that aspiration.
I disagree with the takeaway here. I think they are delineating that startups have their own track. They have an appropriate means of incorporating in Japan that is made specifically for startups. And companies like the Japanese Chamber for Foreign Commerce, JETRO, all of those organizations are actively headhunting foreign businesses who would be willing to move to Japan. In the same breath, they are trying to crack down on people who are misusing the business manager visa. And unfortunately for the rest of us, it means that, it will impose higher requirements for people who want to make use of it. And a lot of things in Japan are like that right now. Because previously, being a high trust society, they relied a lot on the fact that, that most people there are sort of on board with playing by the rules. Reading the room is a very big thing in Japanese culture. And as I usually explain it, the Japanese culture is a participation culture. And usually the expectation was that we all agree in principle to uphold the social contract and that we're all going to play by the rules. And when you have a critical mass of people abusing the rules have to change. Another example of that is going to be tax-free shopping. So, like, in the years that I have traveled through Japan, I've made use of their tax-free system, where when I demonstrate that I am here on a non-resident status, I can get my my sales tax waived for goods that I plan to take with me. And There was no issue with doing that because like they would see like 1 million people maybe throughout the years. Yeah, sure, they waive the sales tax. They don't really lose out because they gain in whatever revenue those people leave in the economy just sort of by engaging with the infrastructure, with the goods, sort of bringing these goods, buying these goods from the businesses and whatnot. However, as Japan became more popular amongst low quality people, they've started abusing the system by using a non-resident passports or non-resident visas to purchase things without said tax, and then selling them to the locals and keeping the difference between what they would have paid MSRP versus what they paid without the tax. And because of that, the Japanese have started incurring sort of losses in tax revenue in the form of fraud. And now the system is changing. And as of this year, I believe, you will have to reclaim your sales tax at the airport as opposed to just claiming it on the spot, which I really dislike. It means that I need to allocate like another upwards of 2 hours at the airport to deal with a thing that I used to be able to get on the spot because of shitheads.
To do that here in the country. So the next one, which is really big that we could talk about, it has to do with visa renewals and permanent residency. So permanent residency used to be a minimal fee. It was around ichiman, so 10,000 yen. What they've
that's less than $100, by the way.
Said that they're going to do is raise this to international standards. That is to say, when you in other countries pay for your permanent residency to live there, you're going to pay about $1,000. But if you compare this, everybody's used to the standard. And so you just saw this massive increase in how much it's going to cost you to get that permanent residency. If you got a family of 3 people living over here and you've got to do that, well, just do the math. It's real simple. It's going to cost you an arm and a leg to be able to do that permanent residency. And then we could say that...
I mean, hot take, if you can't afford to stay in the country, why should the country let you stay? If you're not a natural citizen.
Dovetailing with that is the actual visa renewal. So forget about if you're thinking of permanent residency, at least you've stayed in the country that long that you can be excited about the future. You've built something up over that time. If you're just trying to make it from year to year, and most people are coming in on a single year work visa, that means whereas before you would have been hit with about 6,000 yen, I just do equal to dollars, say like $60, although it's less than that. It's going up to about 40,000 yen, so about $400 that you would have to pay, you know, 350 if you want to do exact conversion. But these are strong filters for the sort of people that would be able to come into the country. And we know with the stagnation of wages that this makes it particularly hard for people entering in at the lowest part of the totem pole.
Okay, but here's the thing. Perhaps if you don't have people entering in to the country and competing for what are ostensibly entry-level jobs, then the Japanese can do those jobs, and if the people want to hire said Japanese people without being able to replace them with cheaper foreigners, they would have to increase wages. It's almost as if even legal immigrants depress wages. Because they create a labor surplus. It's almost as if Econ 101 keeps working day in and day out.
Because you don't have a lot of money in the year. You're just making ends meet. You're just paying month to month to be able to survive, regardless of the cost of living here. And then to be dinged at the end of this with a 40,000 yen bill rather than 6,000 is anything other than, well, it's not insignificant. That would really affect people. The only thing that I can say here for people is that if you had just longer stay visas, you can get a 2-year, you can get a 3-year, you can get a 5-year. I believe 5-year is the maximum on whether it's a engineer specialist visa. Anyways, fact check me on the exact length of visas, whatever. But that is not insignificant. That's going to affect well, a lot of people, and my heart goes out to them because
Hopefully it affects all of the Muslims that have been congregating in Osaka, and it will just price them out of living in the country. Same with the Kurds, by the way.
it would suck to have to renew. If you had a whole family, that's a lot of money if you're going for permanent residency. So it's just good to be aware of it. And then, while it is not so delicious for a hard-hitting, controversial video, I will say, in defense of the government, that
You know very little, but you're very curious. Isn't the newest prime minister and leadership of Japan limiting those types of parasitic immigration? So I've not seen the specific things that they have been doing so far. They did run on a ticket and on a mandate, and they won on the mandate of significantly limiting migration, rejecting the importation of cheap foreign labor from third world countries. That was stated as a policy. So there are two caveats here. I've seen people posting that, oh, Japan has now become labased. Just look at these election results. And there's a grain of truth to it, but like everything in Japan, everything has a second layer to it. So the LDP, the Jiminto, the current ruling party, has been a ruling party in Japan for the last 30 years. And now, that being said, while they were the leading party, yes, they have changed internally. They, as a large party, they have a lot of internal power struggles. They're a bit of a bipolar party essentially, and what it allows them to do, it allows them to react to the wants of the electorate on a dime, while retaining a lot of resources to sort of campaign around those new wants that are expressed by the populace. So prior to this year, after Abe, and prior to this year, up to this year, I would say, up to last year probably, they were still caucusing with more left-leaning parties, up to and including the Communist Party. So they were more aligned with the Reiwa Shinsengumi, the actual fucking commies, sort of all of that all of that human refuge that is barely human by the fact that they are communists. People advocating for Digby. Oh my, it's quite late for you, isn't it? Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. We're talking about Japanese politics. Welcome in, welcome in. Why do we have a flashbang? Oh, that is. I wasn't using those retinas anyway. Hey there, Digby. How are you doing? Welcome, Raiders. My name is Kuromaru Onii-san. I'm everyone's favorite tactical Oni no Onii-san. Right now, we're looking at actually Japanese politics, and where we're going over the changes to their immigration system, and we want to look at and demystify a bit of the hype that has been happening over the most recent election that they've been having. It's quite late for you, isn't it? What were you doing? It's like the dead of night for you right now. Communist and human in the same sentence is not proper grammar. Rimworld. And it's 2 a.m.? Okay, it's like reasonable big boy time, I would say. But yeah, Raiders, feel free to stick around. So as I was saying, the landslide LDP victory isn't really that unusual because the LDP has been the ruling party for the last 30 years. However, the LDP has competing parties inside of it. And up to their most recent elections, they caucused with just outright fucking pinkos. Commies who have been advocating for the dismantling of the self-defense force, for the removal of U.S. air bases in Okinawa and Tokyo, for giving foreigners voting rights, for Infinity Indians, for all of that good globo homo shit. And some of that came from the Reiwa Shinsengumi, some of that came from the actual Communist Party, which for some reason currently exists. If only there was another Yamaguchi Otoya, but I digress. Now, after Sanseto started getting a lot of traction, especially with younger voters, the LDP felt threatened. And in response to the rise and actually significant electoral success of an obviously outsider party, which Sanseito was with their Japanese first platform, the LDP decided to pivot. They shelved, I forget who was their last limp dick prime minister, but basically just a spineless do nothing who just sat there and let China piss all over his face and was mid-stroke in negotiating with Modi to get Infinity Indians into the country. So he was deposed from the party, and the party has elected Sanae Takaichi, who also ran previously, but again, didn't win the previous bid. Now she is the prime minister, and Takaichi is a very strong and consistent nativist. She seems to have been aligned very strongly with Shinzo Abe. Hopefully, she doesn't have the same Mooney baggage that Shinzo Abe had. And sort of basically what the LDP is doing. The thing with the Indians is not that getting Indians out of the country is a huge priority. Wait, what? The thing with the Indians is that getting Indians out of the country is a huge priority for them. Is it a stated priority, though? I've not heard any statements. At that point, first of all, there aren't that many Indians in Japan yet, thankfully. But the previous, I forget if the previous prime minister was Ishiba. They had two interchangeable skin suits, so basically two useless do nothings, who succeeded Abe. But regardless, seems to be any kind of agreement with them always seems to come to some sort of easing acts. Oh, you mean India is trying to get rid of the Indians? Yes. Modi seems to be tagging that along as a hard requirement to any trade deal that he signs. I did notice that. Well, I kind of understand why he does that, because he has a gigantic population of young people who are dirt poor, and that is a powder keg. He understands that he needs to use external migration as a pressure valve. He needs to keep bleeding hopeful and hungry people out of the country, because otherwise they are going to have his head. Like, having large numbers of young men in poverty is how you get a violent revolution. Plus, it gives them power in the countries they move to. Yes, exactly. Instead of becoming his problem, they become his proxies. From a strategic perspective, that's a excellent play. Being one of the countries who's potentially being targeted by that policy, I don't appreciate that. I would like you to stop. The redeeming will stop. But basically, Japan was also about to redeem. Thankfully, Takaichi-san was elected as prime minister in a reaction to the rising popularity of Sanseito and general nativist sentiment. And we have what we have here. So, yes, has the LDP been a ruling party for the last 30 years? Yes. However, LDP today is a different LDP from, say, 5 years ago, because due to their internal power struggles. And right now they are running on a platform that is partially informed by them not wanting to lose ground, not wanting to eventually lose ground to Sanseito. So they're going to let Sanseito be a minor party. They're going to caucus with Sanseito. They're going to steal as much of their popular platform as is popular with the electorate. And they are going to do so as a bid to retain power under the democratic process. So I wouldn't call this a nothing burger. It still sort of falls into the doctrine of nothing ever happens, because Japan will just remain Japan, and that's a good thing. Sometimes nothing ever happening is a good thing, and this is definitely one of those cases. But in order to ensure that nothing ever happens, they need to rehash some of their immigration system, because low quality actors, low trust actors have found out that there are a lot of very, very sort of thin places in their regulations that are ripe for abuse. For example, the business manager visa that was summarily abused by the Chinese.
It is a national standard, like a lot of countries would charge this for renewals. It's just that Japan was quite low. So
I actually don't remember where your future Japan wife, Soryu, I think is her last name, Unryu, excuse me, where Unryu sort of caucuses. Because I know she ran for a seat in Tokyo, I think, but I don't believe she's ever made it onto the ballot. We need to correct that. I need to look into her recent activity.
So there's something to be said there. The other more politically debatable element is that it's been said that that money that is gained from the permanent residency increase, and as well for people renewing their visas, that's going to go towards expat assistance and like making that system better that they can acclimatize to the country.
I really don't think expats should receive any assistance. If you move to a country, you should be able to function there as an adult. If you require an interpreter to help you with your paperwork, you can pay for that out of pocket. Fuck you.
Will it? Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. You decide. Rational debate, always, of course, down in the comments below. I don't know. The next one, this
Excellent commentary bait, however. I need to do more of that.
is up atop irony.
Do you agree with my hard pro-Japan swing? Let me know in the comments.
Mountain, where you've got this person who wants to come in and start a business and contribute to the Japanese economy, and they need to have $200,000 to be able to get that business manager visa. But
here's the thing. The problem is, this system used to work before the Chinese started applying to that visa, and instead of contributing to the Japanese economy, they started becoming a net drain on the Japanese economy, because the business manager visa allowed them to move with their families, with their wives and children, and gain instant access to the sort of social safety nets, the health care, the schooling, the larger infrastructure, the pension system too, by the way. And they were not running legitimate businesses a lot of the times. A lot of the times they would have just, run a business out of their own home address, have a nominal, some kind of nominal operation there, maintain the required piddly balance that you needed to maintain your visa, and that's about it, while not running a legitimate business and actually relying quite heavily on social assistance. And when you do enough of that, the Japanese are going to notice.
there's this thing called the J-Find, we could say elitism, where the J-Find visa allows graduates from the top 100 global universities within the last 5 years.
I mean, that's not really elitism. That's them actually wanting what is real elite human capital, not pretend elite human capital.
To live in Japan for 2 years with zero sponsor, and you'd need to have $2,000 in savings, and this visa allows you to have 2 years, which is absolutely incredible. The next one,
Here's the thing: if I didn't spend a couple of formative years of my youth chasing some admittedly very low quality women, I could have made use of the J-Find visa. I didn't know about it at the time, but I had every opportunity to just YOLO out to Japan when I was between jobs and do something in Japan with my time. And boy golly, do I sometimes regret not doing that.
which is absolutely dreadful in my opinion. If I were going to advise people on the various ways that you might come to Japan and make a meaningful
To be fair, at the time I was not as fluent in Japanese as I am today, so I probably would not have been able to take full advantage of that opportunity at the time. Or then again, maybe my Japanese would have improved more rapidly.
contribution here and really assimilate. The digital nomad is not one that I've looked at this more. I've done a bit more fact checking on it, and it really is just, it's nasty. I wouldn't recommend that you do this unless you're just super flush with wealth, and even then it's not that efficient. So
Well, here's the thing: a nomad visa implies that you have no intention to stay. A nomad visa implies that it's by definition, a non-immigrant visa. You just want to stay here, you want to pay us a little bit of tax while you work from a location that you think is cool. Well, you get to pay the cool tax for that.
So the digital nomad visa, it's been capped at 6 months and it's non-renewable. And then the crazy catch to this is that if you got this visa to enter the country for that long, that it comes with no residence card, which means no residence card means no phone number.
Have to head out, but I gave you some interesting stuff to think about and research. Listen, you're always welcome. Thank you for checking in, Soul, even if it's for a little bit of the stream. Always pleasant to have you here.
No phone number means no house. You are going to be paying an absolute premium to live in the country. To qualify for this as well, you need about a 67K.
I mean, you can buy a phone number. Don't lie to me. I bought Japanese SIM cards, and they weren't that expensive.
Salary. So they are expecting you to be quite wealthy to get in the first place. So you're already set, so it probably doesn't matter to you so much. But then even with that being the case, it's going to be made even more expensive for you because you just don't have these practical access points to the culture. Say, for example, because if you go to get any sort of healthcare, it's not going to be with the Hokensho, with the, what would you say, the national healthcare system. So if you were looking at different visas and considering these different options, I would say don't go with that one. Probably just try and be an English teacher for a year and try out the country that way.
Or maintain a real job and just do that job while you are in Japan for 6 months. Definitely don't be an alt. Okay, so if you have no other career, fine. Start with being an alt. Do that as like a funny side gig while you figure out a real job for yourself. But like, for example, if I were to want to spend 6 months in Japan, I would go through a digital nomad visa. Listen, I can get around just fine without needing a lot of the local accommodations. If I need healthcare, first of all, I can just buy insurance. Second of all, even without any kind of local national insurance, like unless I get severely injured, in which I'll find a way to work around that one, I could just go to a clinic and just pay cash out of pocket. It's not that bad.
Help some students get a year-long visa.
Like the one time I had to go and seek medical attention for like a cut that was healing poorly, I think they charged me something like 5,000 yen, which is like $40 out of pocket.
Visa, have an experience.
Which is more than I would have paid for here, but it's still not, it's hardly tragic.
And you can make some money while you're here rather than having to already have that $67,000 that you're making. So that one, as I say, is not insignificant either, in the sense that it seems appealing. Digital nomad, that sounds like something that should be cutting edge, new age, great permeability to the country, but it's not really.
No. It's not supposed to have permeability to the country. What the fuck are you talking about? It is a digital nomad visa. It means that you're a glorified overpaid hobo. You can come visit on this visa while continuing to work while you're in the country, because remember, kids, you're not allowed to do compensated work while you are in Japan, either on a tourist visa or on a waived tourist visa. Waived visa-free entry is assumed to be a tourist visa, meaning you can't do for-profit shit, like, for example, stream to your large monetized content platforms. Doing so is a breach of your visa-free waiver.
Really, for lack of the visa card, or I should say for lack of the residence card, and then for all the things that go along with that. So now, this is one detail here that we could talk about. It's circling back to the business manager visa, and something that they have put in, which it's a ticking clock. That's how you could think of it. And that is that they have set up a startup visa program across a lot of the prefectures.
That's what I was talking about. That's the one that they have as part of their smart city initiative in Fukuoka. There's one in Chiba, there's one in Kumamoto. There's one pretty much in every major city. Fukuoka just sort of got on that train a little bit earlier. Maybe that's just the area where I had the most visibility. I think there used to be like a programmer enclave that was started by the inventor of Ruby. So he had that as like a smart city project. I'm not sure what happened there. Usually the way those things work is the government will announce one of those sort of quote unquote, startup city, some kind of facilitation program. The government will be like your actual local city government, your city or prefecture level government will actually actively participate in executing that. But on the other end of that, that program will be operated by local venture capital firms. And they are the one paying and facilitating for the deal flow, sort of looking for fresh startups to come in. And they do that in order to identify startups that large Japanese capital can then purchase. So that's usually the tie-in. It's large Japanese zaibatsus who are looking for either new tech, new IPs, just new companies to sort of acquire through that pipeline, and they use these sort of either startup or incubator programs as a grow bed for these businesses. They'll seed it with a number of startups that are a good fit for their business, that hopefully have some kind of integration with their primary business. And from there, they'll probably invest a little bit of money, or they'll do an equity swap, and they'll let the company grow. And if the company grows well, and if it performs well on the Japanese market, usually they'll just execute a hostile takeover of the company. and there you go. Or they will just, under the conditions of one of the initial investment rounds, they'll just buy out either the founders and the entire team, or sometimes they'll keep the founders on, but they'll buy out a controlling part of the company and sort of integrate it into the larger structure of whatever Zaibatsu is bankrolling them.
So what that means is that you can enter the country and you can stay here for up to 2 years. And in that 2-year period, the startup is the precursor to the business manager visa, that you could defer the sort of requirements that the business manager visa has, which is to say that 30 million yen cliff that you need to get over. So that's really helpful. But
I'm going to have to stop you right there for a moment, Bud, because I need to take a bathroom break because I've been drinking this tea. And now I need to do something about that. The tea is not that great, by the way. We're going to need to do an equipage change in a moment here. But in the meantime, please enjoy this burning moments. Just in time for ads, too.
You do know while you're going through that process that the clock is ticking, because at 2 years' time, you've either built up or through loan or through successive revenue been able to get that $200,000 into the bank and available for them to see, or you haven't. So it's not really a long-term strategy if you don't know that your business is going to be successful. But it is a runway. At least you got a runway now. So our company, Chronicle Creations, is incorporated in Canada. We would like to localize our app for Japan, and my business partner really wants to live in Japan to be able to do that. So we thought that how cool would it be if we were to create a subsidiary in Japan, and he could then come over, live here. We could work on the localization locally. We could hire someone from the culture, get that,
Wait, but if you need to hire someone to localize it, then why the fuck do you need your co-founder? It really sounds like a want as opposed to a need.
Sense of marketing here that would be different from the West. All of these great things. And everybody that I spoke to said that this is impossible. It's like, it's one thing for you to be able to jump through all the hoops and be able to get a business manager visa for one business. But if you have two founders trying to get them to come over on that startup visa, this is the point. Here is the focus. It's the startup visa. There's no way that one business is going to be awarded two startup visas to be able to go through that process. It was rigorous, and you've got to, it's not in every prefecture. That's a little piece of information I can give you as well, is that some of them have better and worse startup programs. Ibaraki, where I am, I'll focus on the positivity, has a good program. You can get in contact with them, or you can find better resources around Japan by first contacting Jetro.
Jetro mentioned. I liked the people in Jetro. They're pretty fun to interact with. Every time I'm at a large like tech summit or something, Jetro will have something like a Japan pavilion, and they'll just show off cool things. Like the Japanese make cool technological stuff. And the people at the pavilion are also very nice because if they're in America, they'll try to memorize some kind of, presentation for the product they're there. Very few of them speak actual English or speak English well, and it's such an uphill struggle for them. And they all breathe a sigh of relief when you tell them, "Hey, you can just explain to me in Japanese, it's fine." And they really like that you're there, that you're engaging with the information that you're telling them, that they're telling you, but they're able to do so in a format that's like less of a strain on them because they don't have to do it in English.
Is the government association that then links around Japan into the different prefectural governments and can give you assistance. And when we spoke to them, that was our point of contact. They said, okay, you already live in Ibaraki, you're looking for the startup visa. We can see here that the prefectural government has that program. Would you like us to put you in contact with them? And we said, yes, of course. And then it was a process, as I say, arduous. Like, you need to fit into a specific industry. You need to be able to demonstrate to them why it is that you're particularly innovative. There's all of these check boxes that they need to be able to.
It's almost as if it's not supposed to be like an open door for literal who's who just want to sidestep the normal immigration process. And it's a visa that serves a specific purpose that you're supposed to fulfill if you want to participate in the program. Wild concept, I know.
Fill, but we did it all. We got to the end of the process, and lo and behold, we got the golden goose. We got the unicorn because we were approved for 2 startup visas if we create the subsidiary here. So what I'm saying is, you never know until you find out for yourself, and you go out and turn over a few rocks, whether something is actually going to work or not. So whether it's my opinion or somebody else's that you've heard, confirm and go your own path and roll your own dice, because it's amazing what you can accomplish, and definitely in the face of what you will most often be told. So those are my, I think, interesting updates for this week I wanted to share, because I know that it's touching the lives of a lot of people here and everybody's struggling. So I just wish them well. I respect that Japan needs to change. I'm not here to judge. They're going to make their decisions, and I'm going to live here and respect whatever it is that they're up to.
See, that's why I like Dave. Dave has a very healthy attitude about a lot of these things. All right, moving on. We have our complimentary Coleon slop. Let's see what Coleon has for us today.
Get there, but just understand, you are limited with that. All right, so this is me in the future.
Oh god, this is a full 40 minutes. I'm sorry, we're not gonna watch a full 40 minutes. Like, no hate, my guy, but I'm not doing that for a full 40 minutes. Let's instead explore the hype beast of GunTube, Mr. Grenade. Apparently the AR-15 is dead. Let's see. Let's hear the eulogy.
Died in 2025. If you've ever had a buddy that claimed that they shoot and train a lot on their AR-15 chambered in 5.56 and you knew that they were in fact a liar, then go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, guys. Welcome back to the Trench Grenade channel. Today we're going to be discussing why 9mm is
he stole a meme from Garantham. Really? I mean, here's the thing. It's a more original patch than his llama stuff. And it's a cool patch. The camo makes it a little bit busy, but then again, it does have a very completed look to it. You know what I mean? Like, a patch is supposed to go onto something. That something is likely going to have some kind of pattern on it. So, unless it's also an M81 Woodland, it's going to conflict with whatever you're putting it on. And I'd argue the camo makes the patch so busy that it's not really... It doesn't read as well. You know what I mean? Usually you look at a patch, it's going to have like a very well understood focal point. PK Patchwork is very good at making patches that have like a clear accent. If you want patches with a little bit like more detail that work better as like a platoon patch, incidentally, VTuber Industrial Complex makes really good ones. For example, he makes an Oni Dojo patch that's not at all busy and looks good regardless of what you put it on. Shameless plug. Seamless integration. But as I was saying, yeah, cool in principle. Love the energy. The font is kind of cringy, and I think the camo background is just overkill.
The ideal cartridge for you and your Minuteman squad in a without rule of law and training environment in a rule of law scenario here in the United States. And you're going to hear the phrase industrial cartridge of the West a lot here today, as I'm going to be presenting some facts and trying to convince you why you should be training with a 9mm pistol caliber carbine and your 9mm Glock or whatever you choose to train with.
Okay, let's hear him out. Let's not cast aspersions. You know my take on the MP5. The MP5 has maintained, has stayed relevant in the American market purely due to the fact that you can still hunt down transferable machine gun blowers for the MP5, and that is about it. It shoots something that is an inadequate. It's chambered in a caliber that is inadequate for that form factor. We have the technology to produce better things now. Like, I'm sorry, the Honey Badger killed the MP5 for any kind of wider use scenario. Yeah, I'm going to die on this hill.
If every single member of the almighty combat llama herd in service to the undying golden emperor of mankind were to hit the like button right now, and every single video enjoyer were to hit the like button, that would help defeat the heretic horde. It would appease the AI overlord and help this channel grow and spread our message to more people than you can even begin to possibly imagine. Thank you so much for doing that. Leave your never-ending combat llama emojis down below. I look forward to seeing your never-ending herd, the almighty herd, in the comment section, and let me...
I really wouldn't like to be called a herd. Also, the same patch in just black and white looks... Oh, it's already sold out because it's a better looking patch.
Let me know, what is your realistic without rule of law go to war cartridge, and why is it 9mm, and what do you agree with or disagree with? It's okay to have a good discussion in the comments, and I look forward to having a good debate with you guys between 5.56 and 9mm. Most importantly, share this video with everybody you know that claims to train with 5.56 when you know in fact that they are not. And I have to tell you guys, in the first hour of release of the M81 patches, we sold 100 units. Since then, it has gone absolutely insane. There's going to be a link down below where you can grab your Marauder patch and get you access to a closed Discord community with over 1,500, probably much more now. 1,500 patched members. They're US made patches, are for positive identification for your Minecrafting needs only and for training needs only. So get down below and grab it. The black ones are completely sold out. So if you wanted a black patch, they're gone, never to be restocked again. So too bad, so sad. But if you wanted a black one, they're gone. The brown gang, if you know, for the brown patches, they're about 50% gone and they're moving quick. And the M81 is the hotness right now. So if you want a patch and you want to get access to a closed Discord community for Minecrafting and training needs, use the link down below.
We have to listen through all of the plugs. We have to, because we're using someone else's content, all of the shilling stays in. I'm sorry.
Email me your order number at trenchgrenade@aol.com and I will get you access to our closed Discord community. I look forward to seeing everyone in there to play some Tarkov PvE. Okay.
You know what? I think I'm going to add a role in the Discord. I'm not sure what it's going to do, but I'm going to add a role that's called Decorated Chad, and it's only going to be for people who I have confirmation that they've bought a patch.
So I'm going to state this first and
I'm
foremost.
actually going to do that right
I
now.
want to kind of gauge the metrics. Let me know in the comments down below how much 5.56 did you shoot last year, and be honest, right? Be honest, round out.
Last year, I think I shot like maybe 200 rounds if we don't count the stuff I shot in full auto, but that's because I don't have a 5.56 primary.
If it's 1,000, if it's 2,000, or if it's less, be honest. And if you can't afford to train with 5.56, and it just started raining, so you guys leave some rain emojis down below, but let me know how much 5.56 you actually shot last year, and let me know why it was less than 1,000, because you can't afford to shoot it. Nobody can with the
I mean, I can afford it. Like, I have 1,000 rounds of. Here's the thing: I have 1,000 rounds of 5.56 just sitting in a can in my closet. I don't have a platform that runs 5.56.
price point that we're going to be discussing. So what you're going to hear a lot today is going to be a discussion about the industrial cartridge of the West and the industrial cartridge of the United States. And that is what's going to lead you to weapons just like this MP5, this airsoft device, this toy that we're looking at here today. That's what's going to lead you to devices just like this for your Minecraft server, why you might consider something like this rather than a 5.56 rifle, okay? So everything for today is for entertainment purposes only. Follow your state and local laws, and of course, Minecrafting only. And I don't represent any organization or department at all. I'm just speaking as an independent third-party content creator. So first and foremost, how much 9mm do you shoot compared to 5.56? I guarantee you it's a lot more. And the reason that comes down to the ability to practice, the availability of ammunition, and the price point that it comes in at. Not that we're advocating for the sale of anything here, other than the M81 gang, we're so back, Panama patches down below for the Marauder patches. But the point is here, as I go to the iPad of truth, because I made a lot of notes in preparation for this video, the rifle capability, there's going to be guys that are slamming on their keyboard saying things like, but Trench, the capability of a rifle cartridge like 5.56 is superior to that of a 9mm. Yes, dude, okay, I understand, you are correct. You know, I also have a brain as a MMTC, Marksmanship Master Trainer. I understand that 5.56 is better. However, I know that you can't afford to train on it, because I can't afford to train on it because
I don't know, man. That sounds like a you problem.
it's too expensive, and I like to actually be able.
I'm out here training with 300 blackout. Like, okay, whatever you say, man.
To shoot my guns, my airsoft guns, rather than just collect them. Okay. So really,
that is a good attitude, by the way. I really resent just hollow collecting of guns, just collecting safe queens for the sake of them just sitting there and doing fucking nothing. Like the most recent gun I got, and to be fair, it was a birthday present, like a belated birthday present from Onii wife, but regardless, like it's my Glock 19X, and it's a cool fucking gun. Like I have no gripes with it, and the reason I got a 19X, yes, I did panic buy a Gen 5, point and laugh. It's a solid fucking gun. You can't deny the fact that it is a solid gun, and there was a realistic risk of Glock being about to do a very bad thing, because they did do a very bad thing directly after discontinuing the Gen 5s. So there was a realistic, tangible risk of there no longer being a supply of good Glocks. It turned out Gen 6 is pretty kino. Do I feel kind of silly? Yes, but at my defense, they no longer make the particular variant of the 19X that I got. So it's a cool collector's piece, but at the same time, it is a utilitarian collector's piece. I shoot this relatively well. It is a full-sized handgun. It is a proven design. It is a polymer brick that shoots very well, very accurately. And if I run out of ammo or something happens, I can always beat someone to death with it, and it will still run after that. So yes, collecting guns kind of low-key cringe if you don't shoot them. So yes, I'll have to hard agree with Mr. Grenade here.
Consider that as we get into this. Now let's look at the market. The first thing I want to really hit home on here, and we're going to talk about a lot, is the market. But I want to hammer home some points as well. We understand that rifle capability is better, and rifle proficiency, it would be more important if you could afford whatever ammo and it was more available. However, skill is repetition based, and there's going to be a lot of guys in the comments down below that say things like, well, I'll just train on this is a bad example, but train on my PCC, and then when it comes time for wartime, doomsday, Minecraft, whatever, I'll just transition to my 5.56 and I'll just do it like that. Well, let me tell you, the recoil impulse is not the same. It's not going to be the same exact reload mechanism, right, for reloading or actually functioning. Yes, the overall scheme of correcting a malfunction or whatever will be the same, but it's not going to be one-to-one.
It's not going to be one-to-one. Depending on the size of your platform, it's going to be largely the same. There's not a material difference in recoil between a, an adult-sized 5.56 rifle and a PCC of a comparable size.
Wouldn't it make more sense to train with the gun that you're actually going to use in the worst day of your life? Wouldn't it make sense to use the thing that you're actually going to use in the worst day of your life, for practice? Wouldn't that make more sense? You wouldn't go to, if you're, indoctrinated enough to still watch mainstream media and mainstream sports, you.
Here's what I shall permit. I shall permit anyone who has purchased the patch to send voice messages and text-to-speech. There you go. These are going to be the decorated patch bearer chads will now have that privilege. I have spoken.
Wouldn't go to the Super Bowl from training on baseball. You would go to the Super Bowl training on football, right? And it's the same thing with this. Even though it's similar, it's not the same. And the worst situation in your life, you probably shouldn't be relying on a thing that's, well, it's the same manual of arms, but different, right? So now we're going to move into the ammo scale and market reality. NATO has adopted 9mm widespread, and it is the industrial handgun and the industrial SMG or PDW round of the West, of all Western nations. It's used by all Western militaries for not only SMGs, but also their sidearms. It's used by law enforcement. It's used by civilians.
9mm is a solid round for sidearms. It does a good job in a compact package. It doesn't need a lot of rifle. It doesn't need a lot of barrel to function. And it's good for what it's supposed to do. And what it's not supposed to do is live in a rifle-sized package.
And guess what? It is the most common cartridge in the United States. If you were to have like an audit, right, in this fictional Minecraft area, and everyone were to come outside with all the ammunition that they have, just imagine this real quick. In your city, in your neighborhood, or whatever, everyone had to bring, for whatever reason, just for a study, everyone had to bring all their ammunition outside and present it. You're gonna find a whole lot of 9mm compared to other cartridges, okay? It is the predominant industrial cartridge of the West.
I would not be so ready. I would not say that you would necessarily get more 9mm than you would 5.56. I would guess that 5.56 is going to be a more ubiquitously stocked caliber, actually.
The market reality is U.S. ammunition production is in the billions of rounds yearly. I'm going to say that again. For the conservative number, we are in the billions of rounds annually for 9mm. Now, when you look at 5.56, pistol ammunition makes up the majority of commercial ammunition sales. Why is that? Well, it's smaller, so you can carry more, you can buy more, it's cheaper.
People also shoot more of it just because your daily carry is more likely to be a handgun than it is a rifle.
It's more fun to shoot because you can actually afford to shoot it more.
Just fun is relative. Like, I enjoy shooting my Rattler a little bit more as long as I don't think about the cost of it. But the experientially, I prefer shooting my Rattler over shooting my Glocks.
You can shoot it in more things such as a handgun and your PCC, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more later. But 9mm, and this goes into handguns are the most commonly owned weapon in the United States. So then a lot of people want a PCC with the same magazine. Not that that's what we're not getting here with this airsoft MP5, of course. We're definitely not getting that here, but
YouTube compliant 2-round magazine.
What we are getting is a good example of if this were to be my long gun with a Glock pistol, which is my go-to-war option, that would be what I'm trying to give you an example of here. So 9mm therefore becomes the most produced cartridge and available cartridge in the United States predominantly. And if you're in the United States watching this, which 99% of my audience is, that means this just became a much more crucial thing to you if it would focus on it for dramatic effect. This little guy just became much more important to you than you might realize.
Okay, but here's the thing. Most of that ammo, like the vast majority of that ammo, is going to be ball ammo. Ball ammo of varying quality. which, by the way, your MP5 is not going to like. Most HKs are actually very sensitive to what kind of what kind of 9mm you're shooting through them. If we're going for ammo ubiquity, I think that, yeah, ubiquity is the noun that we produce from that. I would argue that a semi-auto shotgun is a better choice, just because significantly, like, 12 gauge is a more ubiquitous round, and a good gas operated semi-auto shotgun, for example a Beretta 1301, is going to be more tolerant of different loads, because the gas system is the same as the Benelli, and the Benelli eats whatever the hell kind of fucking Bubba shells you put into it, as long as they're not like the itty bitty chode shells. If you want to cycle the chode shells, then you're gonna have to run a pump. But like the vast majority of 9mm is ball ammo. Ball ammo is not good for much outside of putting holes into cardboard. Can you kill someone with ball ammo? Of course. But, you know, sort of stimulants being part of it, body armor being part of the equation, all other things considered, 12 gauge is less prevalent as loot drops in a Minecraft situation. Is it, though? I find that hard to believe. I think that buckshot is definitely more prevalent than jacketed hollow point 9mm. I would bet on it. Buck and some different combinations of buck and slug are probably easier to find than in storage. Yes. Well, okay, in storage, yes. What more 12 gauge or more jacketed hollow point 9mm? Well, as loot drops, you say. Yes, as loot drops, you are more likely to carry ammo just because of the source. I will agree with that. I think we're going off of sort of general static supply as opposed to things that you can take off of your freshly defeated mobs. In a freshly defeated mob scenario, again, not necessarily. If we're going under peace times, yes, because under peace times, most people, if they carry, they're going to carry a handgun with jacketed hollow points. Which means, you know, they're going to have like up to, say, 25 rounds if they carry a magazine and a reload, minus whatever they would shoot at you while resisting, which is not a lot. So you would want to source, like, your primary loot source for replenishment of ammo is going to be static storage. Static storage is not likely to have a lot of jacketed hollow points, especially in a Minecraft server scenario, where I think big boy calibers are going to take center stage, especially if body armor and large distances become a consideration. I think in that environment, 5.56, 308, and 12 gauge sort of start ruling the ball.
Availability. Availability matters, okay? If you got this far, hit the like button, grab a patch. That's what funds this channel. I take 0 sponsorships. Everything you see on the channel is paid for by you.
Didn't Sig send you a gun? Not saying that it's a sponsorship, not saying that it colored the experience, but, you know, technically does count as a sponsored video because they did send you a gun to test. So, yeah. No, not assaulting the character of Mr. Grenade here. If Sig would have sent me a gun, I would have also happily accepted it and run it through the ringer.
By grabbing a patch, so grab
or I would have just said thank you and sold it.
One down below. I look forward to seeing everyone in the closed Discord community. So why does availability matter? Well, constant training demand keeps factories producing 9mm in the United States continuously due to the commercial demand. Production
same as 5.56 though.
Spikes during political cycles, but is not continuous. So 9mm is going to be the continuous commercial availability round or available round in the United States because factories are forced to keep up with production due to the supply and demand ratio.
So again, in my experience, it has been easier to buy sort of off the shelf 55 grain 5.56 ammo than it is buying, you know, a particular desired high quality load of jacketed hollow point 9mm. 5.56 will definitely be a more common drop in PvP because PvP builds definitely more likely run 5.56. Exactly, 5.56 or 300 Blackout is becoming increasingly ubiquitous. Like, with SIG shitting the bed as much as they do, the SIG MCX is a very common platform in addition to all of the other purpose-built 300 Blackout PDWs. Like the thing about the MP5 is that the Honey Badger has forever cucked it as a platform. The moment Kevin Bringham figured out the Honey Badger in 300 Blackout, that is it. The MP5 is now forever in the cuck chair. And the only thing that is keeping it relevant is however many of the pre-86 lowers we still have in rotation. That is it. That is the only reason the MP5 is at least somewhat relevant in today's American firearms market.
Ratio here in the United States, and that's going to be a big thing for a lot of you guys watching this right now, is that supply and demand ratio. 9mm typically returns the shells first after a shortage due to the overall need and desire for it, because it feeds the most things, such as people's everyday carry handgun, and it has greater civilian circulation and trade availability. Okay, let's talk about ballistics, because there's going to be guys in the comments that are going to be slamming on their keyboard about rifle ballistics. Listen, rifle ballistics are superior. 2,900 to 3,000 feet per second muzzle velocity for 16 to 20 inch barrels. You got 500 meter effective point engagement, flat trajectory, good wind resistance.
Been considering a Henry Supreme because it's the only reliable box magazine lever gun. So whatever makes you happy, man. Like, I'm not gonna tell you no. Right now, the two guns that are occupying most of my sort of active attention, the ones that are whispering sweet nothings into my ear, are a DD Mark 18 and an HK VP9. I need to go shoot a VP9 to sort of get it out of my system to understand whether or not I like it, because I don't really like Walthers. I've shot Walthers. Like, it's okay. It's like a big heavy brick. It shoots like it's a good German gun. I am not wild about it. I'm not in a place where I think, oh, like I would definitely drop like rifle money on a Walther PDP at this point, just based on everything I know about the gun. I would, however, drop $700 on an HKVP9 as of right now. That is the headspace that I am in. Maybe I need to shoot the HKVP9 and understand that it doesn't really do things better than my Glock 19X. And if I arrive to that realization, well then, I guess Onii-san is getting himself a Mark 18.
Strong barrier penetration, superior external ballistics overall. But what you're not factoring in is you can get a lot done with a shorter barrel with a PDW 9mm PCC.
Okay, but what about a PDW in 300 Blackout?
Typical velocities for 115 grain are 1,300 to 1,400 feet per second. For 124 grain are going to be 1,250 to 1,350 feet per second, or 147 grain is going to be 1,000 to 1,100 feet per second. That's with an 8-inch barrel or a 10-inch barrel. Most of those numbers are generated from this MP5 at a 8-inch barrel, okay? Roughly an 8-inch barrel. So I'm going to say those numbers again. 115 grain, 1,300 to 1,450. 1,300 to 1,450 feet per second, 124 grain projectile, 1,250 to 1,350 feet per second, and 147 grain, 1,000 to 1,100 feet per second. Your practical performance for this is a high hit probability of 50 to 75 yards, capable hits out to 100 yards, rapid drop beyond, past 100 yards, you are going to get rapid drop on this projectile though. So that is obviously a major downfall. So here, you know, obviously this will extend your handgun performance, and it'll give you a option for those urban engagements or vehicle engagements in your Minecrafting server. For the FBI ballistic stuff, we'll just run through this very quickly. FBI protocol standard, if you want to trust them, that's up to you. 12 to 18 inches is typically the standard for modern duty ammo. 9mm jacket hollow point out of a MP5 124 grain is 13 to 16 inches. Okay, so out of an MP5. Out of an MP5 with a 124 grain jacketed hollow point, you're looking at an average of 13 to 16 inches of penetration. That meets the FBI penetration criteria. That's reliable expansion and performance characteristics. I'm going to skip ahead on my notes. If you were to put a legal airsoft device that would make this very fast, super safe, a very super safe and fast you know, airsoft gun, an airsoft device. If you were to make this super safe and
like an AS design lower, for example, sure.
Use an
Or listen, you have enough transferable MP5s out in rotation. Like, yes, it costs about as much as most people have in their 401ks, but then again, you also have a full auto MP5.
A F dramatic pause, RT, if you were to do something like that and do that to this gun, which I would not advocate for, of course, for Minecraft, but if you were to do that, now you can put 10 to 15 round bursts very quickly out to 100 meters with jacketed hollow point, and you're going to have very good performance, right? With 124 grain jacketed hollow point out of something just like.
Okay, all true things, except for, well, yes, all true things. However, all of them, except for the transferable machine gun availability part, applies to 300 Blackout PDWs. Which is incidentally what I am doing to my 300 Blackout PDW. So, yes, is 300 Blackout a more expensive round? Yes. For one, I get significantly more ass out of my supersonic 300 Blackouts, even with ball ammo, than I would out of 9mm ball ammo. I get more distance, I get more temporary cavitation, and it's been a while since I've compared, but I'm pretty sure that like my polymer tip ammo for the 300 Blackout is not that much more expensive per shot than jacketed hollow points. 9mm, because I need to double check what I paid for my ammo most recently, because I got a bunch of Spear Gold Dot, and I get the plus P loads, you know, to get that extra little oomph out of a short barrel. But I'm pretty sure that per round I pay something comparable to the polymer tips that I run in the MCX.
Like this with a F. Hey Nuka, what are you doing over there? RT, okay? So you guys all get what I'm saying.
Brother, just say FRT. Nobody gives a fuck.
Saying there. Let's talk about some negatives, because there's going to be guys panicking down below again. This will not do good against body armor. Level 4 plates, any sort of, even against soft armor, obviously, you're going to have a bad time with.
Actually, well, see, I don't know how common soft body armor is in rotation. With the ubiquitous availability of level 4 plates, I'm not even sure that's a concern anymore. Because my knee-jerk reaction would be to run something by default that's in 5.7, which, you know, exotic, expensive round, but does have buffs against the pores. But then again, how frequently do you expect to encounter soft body armor amongst the population? I feel like if you're not a cop who just gets that shit issued to you, I feel like you're really not going to stock it. Like, if I have to pay out of pocket to have body armor at all, I'm just going to have my one set of level 4 plates with impact pads, and that's going to be about it.
With any sort of PCC, but I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of guys are going to be running chest rig, even in the gun community, right? A lot of guys are going to be running chest rig, and the reason for that is going to be the availability to carry more airsoft and more water and more things in their Minecrafting server.
Oh, the fat people or the people who can't carry around the weight of a plate carrier will prefer chest rigs. Yeah, I can see that.
And that's going to give them more flexibility. And you can probably ask guys in the comments down below, are you using body armor or chest rig? And a lot of guys are going to say chest rig because they want that ability to actually be able to maneuver. And we're going to talk about maneuverability in a little bit. If you got this far, grab a patch. Share.
The only scenario where I prefer chest rig over body armor is if we're going to the range with the boys and my back is hurt, or I'm concerned about ripping up someone's nice detailing in their car, and there's no space in the back for me to throw my body armor there.
Share this video with everybody you know. You guys are what keeps this channel funded. Thank you so much for doing that. And don't forget to email me your order number at trenchgrenade@AOL to give you access to that closed Discord server where you can stay up late and use Green Tracer and your MP5 on Tarkov and PvE, and it's a good time. All right, let's move on here. So obviously, shot placement is going to be huge. A device that it makes this thing very safe for Minecraft is going to be to make this very fast but very safe is going to be probably not recommended. Okay, but yeah. Shot placement is going to be huge, but guess what? Most guys are going to be rocking chest rigs, and you're going to do pretty good against a lot of people. We'll just put it that way. Cartridge size. 5.56 is twice the twice the size but the same weight. So that means it's going to be bulkier, and for long-term carry, let's say you're doing this for years on end for survival, it's going to be easier to carry 9mm magazines, and it's going to be better, compact, dense packing, you can carry more, etc. The AR-15 overall is a larger weapon. Okay, even if you're running a Mark 18, Mark 18 enjoyers have entered the chat. Even if you're running a Mark 18, this MP5 is smaller. Even if you're running a Mark 18, this is more controllable, super safe, very fast. Even if you're running a Mark 18,
more controllable is that I don't know about. I don't really, again, does a Mark 18 even at full auto kick that much? Like, I've shot a full auto Mark 18 a couple of times. It didn't feel like it's an overwhelming amount of recoil.
this is a better gun to shoot. That's a fact, right? Oh, but Trench, what if they're at 200 meters? Well, yeah, obviously we already talked about terminal.
I mean, you're not shooting full auto at 200 meters. 200 meters is like, again, unless you're laying down suppressive fire and whatnot.
Effectiveness, but that also gets into the legality and the moral thing, and that's a whole discussion for another day. But the point is,
I do like the handguard though. The handguard does kind of fuck.
Trying to keep you guys alive and legal. This is a good option for a live and legal, and it's compact, right? Let's move on. PCC. You can get a lot more done with a shorter barrel than that of an AR-15. A lot more done. Think about this 7-point-something inch barrel to 8.
Yeah, I still hear arguments in favor of running 300 blackout.
8-inch barrel on this MP5. I can get basically everything done with this, and slightly better in some cases than I can with an AR-15. And this is going to be quieter, softer recoiling, and just a better overall. This is a better gun.
Why is Trench talking about 300 blackout while pointing at a 9mm MP5?
Than a Mark 18. I'm just going to say that right here. Both because I can shoot it more, I can control it better, and guess what? I can suppress it if I so choose, and it's going to be quieter, it's going to be softer, it's going to be just lighter, better, more compact, and
okay, the MCX in particular is not going to be lighter. That is true. It is a rifle that's definitely made for grown men with adult upper body strength.
It's going to do all the things just a little bit better than that of a Mark 18. And I am a Mark 18 enjoyer, but that's true. It's going to utilize its barrel length better, even though a Mark 18 a 5.56 out of a Mark 18 at 10.3 inch barrel will be better than this barrel. This is going to perform better if you were to look at the overall scale based on the barrel length of this compared to that, if that makes sense, right? With all the downsides considered that I previously said, this is going to do a lot more with a lot less. That's what I'm trying to say there. For training practicality, lower recoil, faster follow-up shots, less shooter fatigue, easier for new shooters, easier for family training, compatible with indoor ranges, encourage and indoor shooting. Okay,
you can shoot rifle cartridges suppressed in indoor ranges just fine. I mean, most indoor ranges will let you just shoot on a dedicated rifle range.
Encourages frequent practice, enables drills instead of slow fire, more repetitions per session, blah, 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 blah. For rifles, the maintenance costs to run a rifle, you're going to have barrel wear, bolt wear, gas system wear, spring replacement, higher maintenance cost, okay?
I think all those things still apply in a 9mm platform.
That's going to be a big deal. You're going to burn barrels out on a rifle much faster compared to that of a pistol caliber carbine like this MP5. So barrel wear, bolt wear, gas system wear, spring replacement, higher maintenance costs, etc. For PCC, lower operating pressures. You're going to have reduced wear, longer service intervals, cheaper to sustain long term. And if you guys are in the trench grenade community and the Almighty Combat Llama herd, you actually like to do a thing called actually shooting your guns. It's a crazy concept.
Isn't the service cycle for an M4 like 10,000 rounds? And even that is more frequent than it needs to be with the standard fouling pattern? Just because the 10,000 cutoff is set that way, basically to deprive lower enlisted personnel of time to do something stupid.
A lot of guys don't get it. And if you're actually going to shoot the guns, you might want to have things in line with what we're talking about here. Less barrel wear, because your average AR-15, you're looking at 7,000 to 10,000 rounds. Sometimes on the higher end if it's like a really good and you're not getting it too hot. But 7,000 to 10,000 rounds is your barrel life. And if you want to be able to shoot longer, well, get a 9mm, okay? PCC is just better, in my opinion. So physical considerations, lower blast concussion, easier communication with teammates and all of the things, more manageable.
Okay, without a suppressor, 300 blackout is definitely leaving you with the forever ring.
For smaller shooters, faster skill acquisition, reduced fatigue, all of the things, right? biggest thing, limitations of a PCC, we covered it. Past 100, past 150 meters, you're gonna have drop, you're gonna have more wind drift, you're gonna be ineffective against body armor, less barrier penetration, shorter effective range. However, the AR-15 is not it's not easy to train with right now. And if you want a gun to actually train with and stock up on and actually be able to use a thing that you're gonna have for without rule of law.
Okay, we're walking in circles here. This is definitely a take.
So
I don't entirely agree, and I think the parts that I agree with also are covered by 300 blackouts. So don't know what to tell you there. This is a fresh Sargon video. I didn't look at this, but it looks to be funny, so I decided to add that to the queue, and you can't do anything about that.
Despite what they have been saying, that Britain is just getting safer as it becomes more diverse, the country is just doing great, bro. There's
a rape is being underreported every 45 minutes in London, by the way, but Sargon is well aware of that. We're criticizing the party that he is also criticizing.
nothing to worry about. London in particular, or any other big city really, is not experiencing an unrecorded crime wave because the statistics that we are recording tell us that everything's going great. And so that's their opinion of us, the common people of the country. And as you can see, women are well aware that the country is not getting safer because they're more worried about going out at night. They're more worried about going around on their own, frankly. But don't worry. That's just us, the plebs, the people who don't matter. What about the people who do matter to the government? The people who actually are the infrastructure of the state across the country. Those people without whom the state cannot either function or just maintain itself at all. Well, when you ask those people, you realize that those people like, oh yeah, things are getting way more violent. So back in April, the teachers union in Britain declared a pupil behavior emergency because...
Oh, really? What kind of pupils, though? Better not. Viable, yeah. Explain. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I'm going to let you make your case.
According to the General Secretary of the Union, pupil behavior has been an issue for teachers for a long time, but in recent years we have seen an unprecedented surge in levels of violence and abuse in the classroom. Well, what are the demographics of the students? Based on our latest data, we estimate as many as 30,000 violent incidents against teachers involving pupils with a weapon.
What was the color of the hands that perpetrated that? Also B2. Wait, is he 2B or is he B2? I forget. Well, we're going to roll the patch gotcha because hell yeah, we're doubling up on the not a fan of this particular PSYOP today. We are extra PSYOP proof today, Oni Dojo.
In the last year, many teachers are having to think about how they survive in the classroom before they can begin to focus on their teaching and pupils' learning.
Oh, really?
That is crazy. We are calling on the government to invest in properly funded services to identify and tackle the root causes of pupil violence and aggression. Well, that
I can think of one.
Is mad, actually, isn't it? And you would think that this would be one of those times where the government's like, okay, no, we need our ideological state apparatus to continue to indoctrinate people into the beauty and virtue of multiculturalism and diversity and inclusion. Therefore, surely we don't want to make being a teacher dangerous because we need them to brainwash the youth. And if they're not brainwashed into believing what we think, well then, how's that going to work? And if people don't want to become teachers because it's dangerous, because the pupils themselves are out of control, again, adolescence was representing the country accurately in that regard, then this is a regime that won't last. And this is the whole point. These things have been going on for years.
Attacks on firefighters. That's new. Suboptimal does not equal viable. Okay. You said that when Trench Grenade said PCCs were better. Okay, sure. I thought that was a response to my point.
Attacks on firefighters in 2023 were the highest since records began. This is wild, isn't it? Why would you attack a firefighter? Surely he's turned up to save your house or whatever, and yet this is happening all the time. There's something like nearly 1,000 incidents a year.
Excuse me, what the fuck?
Where firefighters, firemen I would say, are being attacked by just random members of the public. 60 injuries. And that's an increase of 5% on the previous year. This is the latest data I could find on this, by the way. But that's wild. And so they've got to engage in some sort of novel study, which they started last year, to try and reduce the number of attacks on firefighters. It's like, why the hell would anyone attack a fireman? Like, what's he doing wrong that would justify attacking them?
That is an excellent question.
Provoke you into attacking him. And one of the things I'm wondering is if what these people represent is in fact the British state, and therefore attacking them, just like attacking teachers, are attacking organizations of the state. Like, are attacks in mosques or madrasas or whatever they call them, are they going up? You know, is this something that's localized or is this general? You know, it's really hard to tell. But anyway, the next one is ambulance staff.
Okay.
Again, why would you attack ambulance staff? They turn up to help you, and yet there are 433 attacks on ambulance staff every
week. Holy shit.
Week. Again, highest on record. Like, this was only 3 months ago this was published, right? 22,000 incidents of violence, aggression and abuse directed at paramedics and other ambulance workers, up 15% on the previous year. So why is that the case? Why is violence against teachers at record highs? Why is violence against firemen at record highs? Why is violence against paramedics at record highs? Like, senior ambulance officials said they believe the true toll was higher, but many incidents not reported or recorded. Well, welcome to the club, bro.
I wonder why.
Like, welcome to the club. This is absolutely exactly what the rest of us have been dealing with, isn't it? But it's so baffling, because of all of the people to attack, the people who are preventing your house from burning down or saving you when you have been injured and taking you to hospital, you'd think they'd be the lowest on the list. But
what was the color of those people?
Man, some of these stories you can find are just awful. Like, there was this one man who was unconscious over a flyover in town. When I spoke to him, he opened his eyes, asked if he wanted to get into the ambulance, and he agreed, and he seemed perfectly fine. Once in the back of the vehicle, he became verbally abusive and launched himself at me, pinned me against the wall, and he kept screaming at me, blah, 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 until he eventually left. Like, that is crazy. They had to wrestle with him to get the back door closed of the ambulance. We locked ourselves inside and contacted the police because he kept attacking them. Like, what kind of man? just a young man. Just a young man.
Just a man.
Like just a transparent 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes, just young man. Got no further details. I mean, you get other ones in this, which are just crazy. I mean, you've got like normal people who are like just being abusive, verbally abusive, but it's also the physical abuse, just genuinely physical abuse. And it's just like, okay, like I managed to break free of him and actually fell out of the back of the ambulance. Seeing this, a policeman and crew member for another ambulance arrived. The patient tried to take the policeman's gun from him. The 3 of us had to try and wrestle him to the ground until he was eventually cuffed and arrested. There was no stopping him. I wonder what his deal was. This guy was acting erratically in a supermarket. I mean, I wonder, just a man, just a man. No one can talk about the kind of men that they are, but this is just happening more and more and more. I mean, you wouldn't think paramedics would be under assault a lot, but I guess we've got...
It's almost as if these people come from a culture where you are inherently distrustful of the institutions, including the ambulance, and therefore you see it as acceptable to lash out violently at them as they try to help you. I wonder where people like that may come from.
Got a mental health epidemic that no one wants to talk about, and is, you know, this correlates with various other traits. And then you've got accident and emergency nurses. Attacks on them have doubled in 6 years. Like, attacking the nurses in the hospital, presumably when you've gone there because you need help, seemed baffling to me. But this is mental.
Can we get a specific case, preferably with like names with identifiable nationalities?
Absolutely mental. So the figures show that the number of incidents of violence against nurses in A&E rose from 2,000 in 2019 to 4,000 in 2024, a 91% increase. Behind these figures lies an ugly truth. says the General Secretary of the Royal College of Nursing, which obtained the data using Freedom of Information laws. Well, what's the ugly truth? They're facing violent attacks with systemic failures at no fault of their own. Well, do you know that? That's the thing. Do you know why they're being attacked? One said she was punched square in the face by a drunk 6'2" bloke. I mean, like, okay, that's terrible. Obviously, it's completely terrible. But I just can't help but notice that as things become increasingly UKified, as we move into this multicultural mode for the country, things are getting worse and more dangerous. It wasn't like this when I was younger. I mean, the numbers are obviously self-evident.
I mean, it wasn't like this 10 years ago. It was worse than when he was younger, but it has been getting progressively worse year after year after year.
This is just rising year on year, where we've got just record numbers. And, okay, well, who are you going to call? The police? No. There's an epidemic of violent attacks against the police. Because, I mean, the police are here to enforce law and order. Purportedly, they aren't firemen, they aren't teachers, they aren't nurses. They're the people who are supposed to use force, and they're the ones getting beaten the hell out of the most. Right? This is crazy. So the BBC submitted Freedom of Information requests to every police force in the UK, which showed there were 38,000 physical assaults in the police in 2023, which is an 11% rise from 2021. And the numbers are expected to be even higher because only 35 of 45 police forces actually provided the figures. And of course, these are huge numbers of increases. In Durham, there's a 370% rise in attacks against the police. In Scotland, 23% increase. Like, that is just wild, isn't it? Absolutely wild. Like, I mean, obviously there were people who'd, fight the police when they were being arrested or whatever, but it was very unusual, right? It was very, very unusual.
There's a key difference between something like that being an outlier event, an error in the system, and, people attacking trusted institutions becoming a consistent pattern. Because the two events happen in very different societies. If attacking an emergency service member is seen as an outlier, then your society is still largely normal. There is an understanding that that is a person there to sort of provide a public service. They're there to be helpful. They are, to an extent, an agent of the state. But their purpose there is still to help you, and there is an understanding that they are not to be attacked. That is why we see attacks on police, on EMS, and whatever else to be aberrant behavior. But when that behavior becomes so common, there's obviously it is an indication of the fact that there is a large number of people who do not subscribe to the same social contract that we have all agreed to.
For this to be the case. And so the question is, well, why is this happening? Well, it's not just that we are bringing lots of people here who have completely different standards to ourselves and come from cultures that are less prone to discuss issues when there is an issue, like to talk it out when there's an issue. And so we're bringing people here from cultures that have a higher rate of violence just socially anyway. I don't think it's just that. I think that certain areas of the country perceive the police to be essentially an occupying force, an arm of the British state and not just the police. I think a lot of like paramedics and firemen as well. They view them. I think there's a tendency in some areas to view them as an unwelcome intrusion into what was otherwise basically an autonomous community. And they don't want this. And we saw this in Sweden as well. Remember when Tim Pool in like 2018 went over to Malmo in Sweden, I think it was, and the police basically escorted him out of this area. I think it's kind of that effect where the communities there don't really want these things. They're going to self-police as far as they're concerned. And so there is, I think, at least in some cases, a general atmosphere of hostility towards the police and towards any of the actual organs of state. Whenever these things turn up, it's something official, and we reject your officialdom. And that's not, and I think that goes hand in hand, side by side, with the general just increase in violence in society. A lot of these are going to just be, as the ambulance staff tell us, like just random mentals that we have brought over into the country and given complete freedom, and now
just paroled them into the country with like no attempt even made to recover and deport them.
I think they're kind of not handling it very, very well. But so the question is, what happens to a state when the pillars of the state are dangerous, when they're not appealing for people to join? Why would you want to become a policeman? Why would you want to become a paramedic? Why would you want to become a fireman?
Well, that's a dissolution of the state, because in that scenario, the state loses its monopoly on violence, which is one of the core functions of a modern Western state.
There's a general heightened level of violence in these careers. Like, this makes the British state overall weaker, and it makes it less capable of dealing with problems. And on a day-to-day basis, there's going to be an increased entropy of people. And we already know from other videos I've done, like the police are having real trouble actually maintaining recruitment numbers because there's no
up to and including having to hire convicted pedophiles.
Gratitude in it anymore. Like, no one's happy to see you anymore. Everyone sees you as either a foreign occupation force or imposing a series of unjust laws, and so the sort of mandate of policing by consent is disappearing. People don't want to be policed by these people for various different reasons, and so there's a general kind of stochastic element to the violence that all of these institutions are suffering. Now, this is an alien idea to me, who grew up in a 90% plus homogenous England. Like, this just wasn't the case. These things I'd never heard. I couldn't think of a single example in real life of someone attacking a fireman, a paramedic, or a cop. Like, it would be mad. And it's not like no one I knew or myself had no interaction with these institutions. It's just that we didn't hate them, and we treated them as if they were legitimate, and we didn't live in a generally violent society. But now we do. Now we live in a society that does, in many ways, consider many of these institutions to be basically illegitimate. Like, punching a teacher when I was at school, God, I'd never even heard of such a thing. I can't even imagine what the fallout would have been from striking a teacher when I was a kid. Like, we're talking 30 years ago now, but like, I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know what would have happened.
I mean, it sounds like that would be life-ruining.
Obviously expulsion, but like, I don't know. It would have been a scandal, absolute scandal, if anyone had punched a teacher, like, or let alone attack them with weapons. Like, my God, man. Anyway, the point that I'm making is that without the institutions, the state is just going to fall. It's just going to become a failed state. It's not going to be able to do anything. It's not going to be able to enforce its own edicts. It's not going to be able to force its laws. And we're going to end up in some cross between Lebanon and South Africa.
Yeah,
and
that sounds about right.
I mean, this is what they get, right? They've done this to themselves. They decided that what they were going to do is uphold a moral order that actually privileges foreign groups over us. And so, are you surprised that not only do the British are like, okay, well, we don't care about your opinions anymore, but also when the people that you've brought in to say, oh, right, these are going to be the new Britons, they're going to be just as cooperative as the previous ones. Well, they're not. They're not at all. And, but anyway, good luck to the people in these institutions. And as I said, it's going to be a long, hard road for them, but I don't think it's going to get any better.
Yeah, but it's also very much a rod of their own making. We have an ad coming up. We're going to make use of that because I need another quick bathroom break because I am still drinking lots and lots of tea. So I'll BRB, refill your drinks, use the facilities, walk up, get up and stretch. where were we? Japan's amazing vending machine park. Interesting. Let us observe. Ah, that is a hot. Looks like udon. Probably an udon vending machine based on the thickness of the noodle. Yes, that's udon. Ah. Nice. Okay. Used tire market in Sagamihara. Retro vending machine corner. Okay. Kanagawa. Curry rice vending machine. Okay. Oh, it even comes out in a little plate! Bro. We do not deserve Japan. Looks pretty banger. It absolutely would. Hey there, Notary. Okay, prepackaged curry pouches. Preheat. Oh. Hot rice being maintained. Okay. Slices the packet out. Okay. I assume the curry is being preheated as well. Japanese curry fucks so hard. It goes way harder than it has any right to go. The best curry I have ever tried was just in some bumblefuck nowhere place that just had curry on the menu. Like, it wasn't like a high-end cafe or anything of the sort. No. The Japanese have understood that you can make curry very well, and they don't need to import any of the curry people to do so, because they're better than the curry people at making the curry.
I've always been drawn to remote locations. These are incredible places.
中でレトルトのパウチを切ってたと思うんですけれど、ああいう挙動するのって結構珍しい機械なんですか？いや、ないと思いますね。おそらく。これも70年代、もう40年以上前の。
This is a machine they had in the 70s. In the 70s, they were already able to do that.
はい。もと来た時はもうボロボロの状態だったんで、まあ直すのは大変でしたよね。
Soba. I would go udon. I guess he tried udon out of the other machine, so that's fine. Analog clock for a countdown? That goes metal as hell. As much as I like interacting with the staff in most Japanese establishments, just the concept of there being a hot food vending machine that is elaborate enough to just, deliver hot food to you for what is essentially pocket change is bewildering to me. Had Japanese curry recently. It was so fucking good, and you wouldn't be surprised if it was packaged cheap stuff. It depends where you got it, or where you got the spices. We import a lot of good Japanese curry spices. I forget the brand of it. It's called something like Golden Curry, something like that. It's an okay spice mix. Off to bed. Good night, Sort of a Demon. Thank you for checking in. Always appreciate your viewership. Okay, so they take namasoba.
結構手作りの部分というか多いっていう感じですか？そうですね。食べ物系はだいたい作ってる感じですかね。
Okay, so basically the automated part is largely like just the storefront, and the back end is still maintained as a regular kitchen that basically just continuously tops it off. That is very cool. Thank you for the hydrate, Crispy, and also hello. I'm gonna hydrate with tea because that's all. No, I have cold tea. I will hydrate with that. Forgive me for hydrating with a diuretic. onion. It's okay. What, you disapprove of me hydrating with tea? Crispian, you don't understand. I need to constantly consume caffeine. I need at least 600 milligrams to just stay at baseline. I'm definitely not an addict. I can stop dipping caffeine anytime I want. As long as I replenish my hydration with more tea, you do quite the same at work? Yeah. I like that. I like that. I like the little spinny claw. And it drops a little bit of sauce there, and then a little bit of bouillon. Nice. That's pretty fucking cool.
物理的に回転させて、回転式なんですね。そうで遠心力でこう湯切りのお湯を捨てる感じですかね。最後にスープを出汁を入れるって感じですかね。うん、美味しい。普通のうどんですよ。ちゃんとしてます。うん、生麺だし、出汁も後からかけてるんで、麺も全然伸びてないんで。
Remains in the water to prevent dryness? No. So it, they pour hot water onto it to just give it like a soft quick boil, because these are already sort of soft pre-made udon noodles. They're pretty much, ready by the time they're served. So the hot water just gives them that final boil. Then that water is rinsed. And, yeah, blanching. That's the term. Yeah. So it's the noodles and the fillings are blanched, and then that water is drained, and then it adds new hot water mixed in with the dashi broth. There's no water while it's in the carousel. Yes. While it's on the storage racks, there is no water in it. Then it gets served into like the serving tray. The initial water blanches it. That's drained, and then it gets the soup base. Missing a lot because you're on foot patrol. I understand. Let's go to some of the soup.
美味しい。これとハンバーガーとトーストはまあ御三家って言われて一応代表的なやつですよね。レトロ自販機ではもう40年ぐらい経ってるんで70年代ですかね。
Yeah, Crespian, we also have Kick friends now. So Seku has migrated from YouTube to Kick.
自動販売機のコーナー作られた経緯みたいなところを教えていただいてもいいですか？もうずいぶん前になるんですけど、もともと本業はタイヤ。
I wonder what would be the overhead for maintaining a machine like that. For example, if I were to find a quirky high traffic area somewhere in say central Austin and set down one of those machines. And have a very limited kitchen sort of servicing it and refilling it as it is emptied out. High trust society needed? You are so right. Fuck high traffic, just put it in your work office. That actually, yeah, that's actually, and you sort of get an isolated segment of a high trust society. I mean, to be real, well, okay, fine. Central Austin is a fucking dump. I'm just thinking of high traffic areas where you have big business centers. That's sort of what I would default to because I want foot traffic. But maybe, just maybe, see, the thing is, a medium-sized office is probably not going to be able to provide enough business to that thing to run. Because here's the thing we need to remember. This thing needs a live person behind it cooking the meal, at least not cooking, but plating the meals to be cooked by the machine. So someone needs to be there managing the machine during its operational hours, which would be essentially just your normal office hours. So these machines, the hot food machines in particular, well, we're going off of the retro ones. I think the modern ones are a little bit more flexible because I've seen like modern ramen machines being able to serve food. I'm not sure what their maintenance cycle is. Take a look at that. Like, if I had a ramen vending machine in my office building, you bet I would fuck with that so hard.
もう1時間2時間待たしたんで、その時にこう退屈しないようにこう設置したらどうなのかなと思って、待ち時間で利用するお客さんも喜んでますし、それ以前やっぱもううちらの古い機械ばっかりなんで、結構いっぱい。
I really like the old ones just because I find them cool, but they don't have to be old. Like, I can run a contemporary machine. I could probably decorate it with a little bit of, of that Showa flavor, that good Japanese Art Deco.
もうなんか珍しがってきて
the high quality Showa grade Westaboo
ですかね。これ日清のカップラーメンで初期型のやつですかね。生き残ってるのはもう。
So here's the thing about fucking cup ramen. Cup ramen has fucking corn syrup solids, and I hate it so much. Tastes great, but I really resent the fact that at least in America, cup noodle has fucking high fructose corn syrup in it.
ほとんどなかったんで。
Why would you do that? Just give me the fucking MSG instead. Yeah. Sorry, I had to. See, if I were to put a cup ramen machine in anywhere, I would definitely have it moan as it perforates the cup.
大体みんな記憶になるのって商品を買ってこうめくってこうやって押すみたいな、でこれに関してはブスって刺してお湯を入れてくれるっていうなんかすごいなんか無理やりなんかお湯を入れるみたいな、あれを剥がしちゃうと知らないんだなって感じでそうなんですね。でその辺で見てて
You hate that shit so much? Aren't there like a million kinds of instant ramens in Japan? I don't know. Really. Nissin is one of the more common ones. Like, it's a very large brand. I've never been much for one for instant noodles. I've always preferred, real food whenever I'm there. I would need to research that. They're definitely the largest instant noodle brand. Again, maybe in Japan they don't have high fructose corn syrup in their cup men. Wait, what the fuck am I talking about? Of course there are other brands of instant noodles. I know that because I buy those other instant noodle brands when I'm here and I want goy slop. But I forget the brand because there's a brand. You mean with ads like Nissin, they've got inertia to try a thing? Yeah, well, there are definitely other brands. I forget the brands. If you have an Asian market by you that imports the Japanese market stuff, you're going to have Japanese brand instant noodles there. Like, I know there's at least 2 other brands of Japanese instant noodles that I sometimes get. So there's definitely more than one. I'm just not a big instant noodle connoisseur.
ですよ。動いてるとこもないと思います。
Is it first time to come Japan?
Yes, this is our first time. Yeah.
First time. Where are you from? In US?
California. Yeah.
Opinion discarded. I see a Californian speak. Day ruined.
本当は神社とかにあるようなやつだと思うんですけど、なぜかみんなやるんですよね。
もう出てきたの？はい。
I mean, if there's an omikuji machine, it belongs to a temple anyway. Like, okay, nice.
一番古いのはこのガムとかですかね。
あ、これですか？
はい、60年前ぐらいですね。
これが60年前。
はい。やっぱ動きも雑ですし、この表示はもう当時のまま残してるんですけど、昔はこの20円とか、それぐらいの値段で売られてたんですよね、多分ね。
今は100円。
20円で売ってたら、売れるたんびに赤字。こういうなんですかね、こうボタンが好きで、なんかよくわからないようなやつ。
今だいたいこちらには
The Sobo machine is probably my favorite so far. 60 years? Would this be classified as post-war for Japan? Yes, it would be, because that was already post-war. So a lot of these machines originate, just, you know, the tech, the aesthetic about them. They all originate in the early Showa era. Nongshim has good kinds of Korean ramens. I don't like Korean ramens because I don't like Korean stuff. It's simple as. I think Korea is just bargain bin Japan. Prove me wrong.
何種類ぐらいの
今150台ぐらいですかね。最初は5台ぐらいしかなかったんですけど、だんだんやっぱ増えてきちゃって、なんつうんですかね、エスカレートしちゃったかなっていう。この辺の味噌汁も珍しいですかね。今、味噌汁で動いてるとこってやっぱうちぐらいですかね。
Okay, a soup machine.
これも
Okay.
かなりなんか見た目的には
I really like this. Like the sort of the old style calligraphy, like the obviously originally hand-drawn fonts as they're combined with very obvious standard print fonts. Very, very cool. I really like that. I like the early Showa aesthetic. It fucks very hard.
レトロですね。かなり古いものなんですね。だいぶ古いですね。美味しいですよこれ。
Probably part of the reason my favorite Hosho Marine concerts are both Showa Kaiosai. In any other country, I would rather drink tap water than that. In Japan, no, I absolutely would.
結構お高かったりするんですか？
いや、僕が集めた時は安かったですよ。安かったっていうか、もう一歩間違えたらスクラップ
This is the future anime predicted? Pretty much, yeah.
の状態だったんで、当時暗記がこう人気が出て、結構値段もすごい上がっちゃ
Fully automated luxury Japanism.
ってて、もう今はもうそんな高い値段じゃうちなんか買えないんで。
ハムチーズトースト、コーンビーフトースト。このまたフォントがレトロですねこれ。
Serves you a grilled cheese and some foil. Okay.
めっちゃ熱いっす。どうしよう、一旦置きますね。熱っ。
All right, that one's UX needs to be developed a little bit more. I can see why that machine has not caught on.
結構だいぶ焼かれてますね。はい。トーストのいい香りしますね。いただきます。
A little light on the cheese for my taste.
ハムトーストの味。結構出来たての感じの味がする。
Bottled Coca-Cola. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to think. When was the last time I had any Coca-Cola in Japan? I can't think of a single time. No, never mind. No, I can. I usually drink Coke with ramen. If I find a place that has like a good thick tonkotsu ramen with like a thick broth, I really like to offset it with a little bit of the sparkly, you know, to assert American supremacy.
瓶はスパッと抜いてください。はい。商品のこれで選ぶんだ。
Okay, but these are just old American machines. That's not like a Japanese design machine. There's a cool bottle. But these are just like what, like 80s / early 90s era. Like we would have those here. Simple mechanical machines.
コーラ好きにはたまらん。
I really like the analog clocks. Hamburger, don't eat bullshit. Let's see. It was in a little box, obviously reheated. You know what? I've had worse looking hamburgers delivered to me from P. Terry's and McDonald's.
中学生の頃学校にありましたよ。ありました。中学、そうなんかね部活の後とか食べてましたけど、そう懐かしい。
The Japanese do really they've embraced the culture of eating beef after we've sort of, you know, occupied and domesticated them. Once the country became wealthy enough to afford meat on a household basis, yes, they've actually very much appreciated having ready access both to dairy and meat. Right, that's definitely a more modern machine because like those are very popular in Eastern Europe. Like the mechanical principle is still very cool, and you just get, you know, a glass of freshly squeezed OJ. Has a little vacuum sealed wrap on top. Okay, sure. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Making premium matcha. Asher. Oh, that is a nice color. Oh, this is an Uji. Okay. Okay, they're shading the tea. So Uji is one of the oldest tea cultivating cities in Japan. It's one of the original places where tea was first cultivated out of seedlings brought over from Tang, China. Because of that, they just have the most experience in cultivating and processing them, and that's why Uji chai is considered to be like the highest standard of all Japanese-made tea. Full stop.
で、まあ川沿いなんで。
このお店が建ったのがだいたい1848年、初代の頃から6代にわたって茶農家をさせていただいております。
A very pronounced Kyoto accent. We love to hear that. We love to hear that. Whenever I get into the swing of speaking my Japanese, I will have a very similar cadence to that.
で、お湯を注いでいく。緑茶の中に、煎茶や玉露、天茶があって、でまあ天茶を粉にしたものをお抹茶というと。十分味は伝わるかなと思う。
That is such nice teaware. I'm sorry, I'm gonna spur out all over this. This is such nice teaware.
思います。
These are kintsugi tasting saucers. So that cup was deliberately cracked and then resealed with gold enamel.
すごい甘いですね。ありがとうございます。お抹茶の中にどれだけの旨味があるかっていうのを楽しめるお茶になってるんですよね。お抹茶自体も苦い渋いっていうイメージをお持ちの方がいらっしゃると思うんですけど、旨味を強く苦味渋みを少なくっていうのを目指して育てていて。
Yeah, so sounds expensive and awesome. It's a little pricey. One of my infusion cups is also kintsugi. It shipped accidentally because I just do that sometimes, and I had it fixed. It cost reasonable money to do, so usually cups like that, like his tea set wasn't broken and repaired, it was made like that from the start. I'm gonna guesstimate that tea set with the infuser and the cups probably runs, depending on the kiln where it's made, anywhere between 30 and 70,000 yen, which is roughly like $250 to $500.
いかに美味しく飲むかっていうのをブラッシュアップし続けてるのが宇治の人たち。乗れるように。
Yeah, so bitter and astringent matcha is usually low-grade matcha. So it's either a Chinese knockoff, which is very widely used in culinary these days, given that, you know, the basic bitches have discovered that matcha exists. Fortunately, they don't know any better, so they just consume the cheap Chinese shit. You still have Japanese matcha that's going to be a little bit on the greener, on the astringent side, but that is ostensibly low-grade matcha. High-grade matcha has a very pronounced leafy yet sweet taste to it.
宇治川の川沿いで、茶園があるんでそちらに向かいます。
川沿いにあるというのは何か意味あるんですか？
川霧がすごく出たらしいので、宇治は川霧が出るっていうのがすごくお茶にとっていいとされてたと。で何より京都の都からも近い位置にあるしっていうので、お茶の栽培にはすごく向いてたみたいですね。
If I recall my history of tea cultivation correctly, the Zen monk Eisai was the first one to bring tea cultivation to Japan. So the tea field is covered to prevent the formation of chlorophyll, because chlorophyll is one of the components that actually brings out the astringency in leafy plants. So that's why your higher grade Japanese teas are all going to be covered teas.
本酢栽培っていうのは400年ぐらい前から宇治に続く吉津と藁で火を遮るという方法です。化学繊維の遮光ネットっていうのが主流なんですけど、うちではこの昔ながらの本酢栽培にこだわって、本酢のみで栽培をさせてもらってます。春先の新芽っていうのはすごくその旨味を強く含んでたりするんですけど、火が当たって光合成するとテアニンっていうアミノ酸を中心とした旨味成分っていうのは苦味渋みの成分に変わってしまったりするんですね。なので日陰で育てることでその旨味が苦味渋みに変わらないように育てることができるっていうのを宇治の先人たちは発見した。
直接食べます。味見されたりするんですか？
やっぱり美味しい時美味しいですよ。旨味があるかとか苦味渋みを感じるのかとか。よいしょ。ここが小屋です。昭和3年に建てられたらしいです。これ藁です。でこの藁で火を遮るということをします。さばき棒って言って自分の場合ぐらいは一応先っぽに引っ掛けがついてて、ここで藁とかをちょっと移動させたりできるように。いやもうめっちゃ手作りですよ。めちゃくちゃ恥ずかしいですけど、でここから登ってきます。
なんか藁振りされてる時はどういったところを気をつけながらされてるんですか？
全体的にまんべんなくですね。 で今日なんかは風がまだない方なんでいいですけど、やっぱり風が強いとどうしても酔ってしまうんで、そう思うと今日はめちゃめちゃわらふり日和です。いよいよやなと思いますし、もう不安と期待の入り混じるドキドキする時期ですよね。今やってることが果たして正しいのかみたいな。
Okay. It's a dedicated matcha museum, I guess. So, okay, these are stone mills that you would use to mill ryokucha, which is sort of roughly shredded tea, into matcha. Because the granite that is used to mill these has very high lubricity amongst itself, it doesn't grind off any of the stone.
One drink.
Into a tea caddy, okay.
Fix my hair.
Okay. Away from?
We're from Toronto, Canada. It was wonderful. We learned so much. We
Hey
thought
there,
we knew
Minnie.
a lot about.
Sorry, I need to skip Canadian speaking. How are you doing today? Thank you for the hydrate. I will proceed to hydrate with my caffeine source if you don't mind. We're looking at the cultivation of ujicha.
ジャズナの学芸員をしております中畑と申します。ここは室町時代からとかね少しずつ増えていて、特に豊臣秀吉さんの時代の時っていうのがですね、いいお茶を守ろうっていうことで、宇治郷っていうエリアに一流の茶師って言われる方ですね集めてきて、宇治茶っていうのはそもそもそこだけ作らせようってところでされてました。はい。
Toyotomi Hideyoshi was a very prolific patron of the arts and of tea ceremony in particular. Being of very low birth, which is what part of the reason he was never raised to proper nobility status. That's why he was never formally pronounced shogun. But he had a very sort of ongoing, an on and off relationship with Sen Norikyu, who was the foremost innovator and systematizer of Japanese tea ceremony, as derived from Chinese Zen sect tea rituals. And sort of as part of that patronage, he invested very heavily into tea cultivation and other pursuits surrounding the tea ceremony. Again, as part of his aspiration to sort of perform, as part of his performative nobility, so to speak, because he, again, was not of noble birth, which was, I think it, how should I put this? It weighed heavily upon him throughout most of his life, and it is seen in some of his behaviors. Some may say that it was also his attempt to emulate his patron Oda Nobunaga, because he was also a very prolific tea ceremony connoisseur. Manny, are you banned from using the chat room again?
ここはだいたい柱ぐらいです。はい。
Or are you just
いや
lurking?
違います。ここは手前です。この辺。
No? Okay, good. Just making sure.
Happy Valentine!
From 1-800-Flowers.com.
Use one word to describe our relationship.
Roll it.
Shit, I need to order flowers. You're listening and learning. Yes, when an Oni speaks, you listen and learn. It's interesting. Well, I mean, if it's someone who insists on covering their field with traditional coverings, it's not at all surprising that he also insists on hand picking the buds. Nice little ladybug. Tea fields smell fantastic. I've been near a pre-harvest tea field once. You can smell it from a good mile away. It's amazing. It's like you're drinking air with your entire nasal cavity.
摘み時期になったらお茶の新芽ってすごいキラキラし始めるんで、お茶の新芽って古い葉っぱの上に生えてるんですよ。右左右左っていう感じで生えてるんで、これを木の下の方から細かい芽から全部折り摘みって言って、このポギンとかなり簡単に折れます。柔らかいんで新芽は。
あ、はい。ああ、なんか想像以上に柔らかい。よいしょ。
Very similar to the sort of nail pinch technique that the Chinese use when picking tea. Oh, chakago. Okay, that's a field. Obviously the burner is not traditional. PETA members think this act isn't painful to the plant. Wait, isn't or is? Or is, sorry. Ah, a little bit of cold, a little bit of
溶かし
cold
たお湯
water.
を入れればちょうどいい温度帯に。
Oh, okay.
いつも飲まれる？
いつも飲んでます。毎朝飲んでます。
I should get back into the habit of taking my matcha in the mornings. Now that the prices have stabilized, I can do that again. It's no longer it no longer carries the cost of a cocaine habit.
1100です。ありがとうございます。1380です。ありがとうございます。なるべくこの人がここでみんな開けてもらって、ちょっといらん歯を入ってへんかチェックしてます。
外マジ暑いです。
バラぐらいしかないやろ、ほら。はい、
どうぞ。いや、誰か入ってんじゃん、ほら。
ちょうど今すごいいい状態ですね。で、ツヤツヤしてて、今がちょうど適旬かなみたいな時期ですね。質の良さはまず触った柔らかさ、とあとは香り。もう触った感じで大体僕らはどんだけ蒸すかっていうのを判断します。ちょっと
On the one hand, I really don't like traveling to Japan in the spring. On the other hand, spring is probably the only time where you can experience like a live tea field before it's harvested. Wait, is it though? I think I think when I found a tea field, that was May, June, I want to say, because that was in Yagyu. Not sure.
硬いなとかやったら、じゃあちょっと深く蒸した方がいいかなとか。一回置いて、すいません。
But it is all of this, just watching this is making my Japan withdrawals fucking horrific.
ありがとうございます。まあでも一番楽しい時間でもあるんで、そうもう余すことなく楽しんでやろうという感じですね。ただほんまにもう期待と不安の1年やってきたことっていうのが今で決まる。はい、すみません、到着です。よいしょ。すみません。お疲れさんです。こんにちは。
Communists will look at this and say that he's stealing other people's labor because they are retarded and don't understand how the production of goods work. A tiny, reasonably sized utility flatbed outlawed by U.S. emission standards? I hate Obama.
これが吸破器って言って一定量のお茶を蒸し器に投入していく機械ですね。1時間に30キロぐらいの調整をして流してます。
So the sifter here, it basically it removes the small and lightweight leaves and leaving the appropriate density ones in the
細かい
sieve.
葉とか不純物をふるいにかけて落としてしまうんです。 でまあ重要な工程なんか次蒸し器ですね。ここで蒸しの加減を見たりして、調整をします。
何のために蒸されてるんですか、じゃあ。
だから発酵酵素を止めるっていうことですね。生のままやったら発酵してしまいますけど、蒸したら発酵酵素が止まるんで長期間保存できるようにするというか、やっぱり緑の状態で維持させるからこそグリーンティーって呼ばれるわけで、やっぱりそのためにはこれはもう必要な工程ですよね。 全体の染まりとか、まあどんだけ蒸せてる。
We collect the discarded leaves and package them for sale in India because fuck them? No. The discarded tea is then downgraded into lower standards, those being sencha or ryokcha. If something is not suitable for any of those preparations, the stems in particular, those are going to go into kukicha. And whichever stock is not suitable for the rest of that, that goes into hojicha, into roasted tea. The Japanese make use of most of their tea stock. The Chinese, however, they usually just collect whatever dust is left on the conveyor belt after selection, and that goes into, like, whatever tea can't be sold on its own, that will go into aromatized tea. So things that have to be flavored, for example, milk oolongs, jasmine oolongs, anything that can't be resold as a flavored tea, that will go into tea bags that will be sold to the ignorant casual guaylo.
っていうのと硬さ。いや僕はもうめちゃめちゃ迷うんですよ。
The Indians make their own horrifically bad tea. The thing about Camellia sinensis is that it is not adapted for the climate of the subcontinent. It grows with big, especially when it's not cultured correctly, it grows in large, coarse, horrifically ugly leaves, which are also very bitter as well. They have next to no flavor profile, and they have to be severely roasted when they're processed. That's sort of why Indian teas are as bad as they are. It had to do with the fact that the Chinese would refuse to trade tea with the English, and the English stole camellia, the tea plant seedlings, and tried planting them in India, which sort of resulted in the artificial Indian strain of Camellia sinensis, in addition to the I believe that one is referred to as Camellia sinensis assamica. Is going to be the genus name of sort of that particular malformed variant of the plant, in addition to sort of the wild-grown tea that India had previously. I'm blanking on the name of the endemic variant they have there. I'm not reading that out loud, Manny.
どうしたらいいかなっていうのを。であとは香りですね。蒸し器から出る蒸気を嗅いで。 こんなもんやと思います。
You're not gonna catch me in streamer brain reading whatever the fuck Zoomer words those are.
蒸した葉を空気の力で風の力で飛ばして。 蒸しすぎを抑えるためにさっと蒸して急速冷却させてそれ以上蒸されるのを抑えてる。で蒸したお茶ってどうしても火つくんで、
somehow without a single
火
explosion.
ついた重なった葉っぱを剥がす
There's an anime visual gag in there
ために
somewhere.
何回も風の力で飛ばして、だからこれ考えた人むっちゃすごいと思う。
There has to be at least one anime about, you know, the cultivation and production of consumer grade tea.
冷却したものっていうのを、転写乾燥炉に入れていく。
If there's more than one anime about manzai, there has to be at least not manzai. Fuck, rakugo. I don't think is there anime about manzai, I wonder. But if there's more than one anime about rakugo, there definitely has to be at least one anime about tea farming.
炉の中で乾燥させてあっちに出てくるんですけど。
Very, very lightly roasted, just enough to dry out, but not become discolored.
うちの炉は1925年、大正14年にできたものなんですけど、現存してる中、現役では最古の。今年でちょうど100年になるので、古い炉なんで、メンテナンスもむちゃくちゃ大変なんですけど、やっぱりこの炉にしか出せへん味があるっていうのがあるので、なるべく長くやりたいなって思ってる。ここで出てきて大体わかるんですよ。
I cannot be allowed inside one of these. This is like letting an actual crack addict into a Colombian coca field.
食べるんですか？
美味しいですよ。食べます？
なんかもっと苦いのかなと思ったんですけど、
全然苦くないでしょ。この時点で美味しかったら安心するんですよ。むっちゃ。だから僕購買いる時大体食べてます。
My horny ass could be in a tea field? Yeah. My horny ass could not be in a tea farm? Absolutely not. Like, I get irrationally aggressive if someone tries to interfere with me even buying tea at a good store. Like, you mess with my flow, I will actually injure you.
見に行きます。
You interfere with me getting some motion with my drug of choice, you are leaving in multiple body bags.
光で見るのが一番わかるんです。鮮やかさが全然違うん。こうやって横から見たりしたらね、すっごい綺麗な緑色が。まあ今日はこんなもんかなという感じです。上から見て均一かどうか、まだまだ改善の余地はあり。もっと美味しいものができるかなと思います。うん。
Holy shit, fresh tencha. God, I would commit unspeakable things to be able to try this. It's interesting that they also use a variant of the gaiwan. A covered infuser, what the Chinese call a gaiwan, the Japanese refer to as a shibori dashi kyusu. So I have one of those as well.
で3分待ちます。いやー楽しいっすね。まあもうこのために。
The 3-minute steeping is not a normal way of drinking tea. So this is very much what's referred to as a buyer's tasting. You need to allow all of the oils, all of the amino acids, everything to extract into the infusion, because that allows you to judge the entire taste profile and the content of the tea leaf in a particular batch in a condensed fashion, as opposed to having to like drink the tea until exhaustion.
生きてるみたいなところありますからね。うん。もうつどつど真剣にやるしかないって感じですね。
The sip with additional air is also a tea tasting habit. That's the same way I drink my tea, because that way you aerate the aromatic oils as you drink it. 旨味はあります。
でも美味しくても素直に喜べないところはありますよね。もう絶対できるはずやっていう満足はしますよ。今年はできる限りのことをしていい感じかなとは思いますね。
感じではあるとは思いますけど、もう勘ですか。
うちではこの電動の石臼の機械を使ってお抹茶を作ってます。だから1時間に 40g ぐらいしか引けない。この熱が加わることですごく香りが良くなるんです。細かく引けてるお抹茶はすごく滑らかで、そういうざらつきを感じなかったりするので、多分 20g ないぐらいですね。
Imagine this arranged in like a perfect little line on like the along the ass of the best geisha in town. You just snort both lines.
いいっすか？こんないらんかった。石臼でひいた天茶、まあお抹茶ですねは、大体指紋に入るぐらい5ミクロンから15ミクロンぐらいって言われてます。
Pretty sure high-grade matcha, even at the source, costs more than crack per gram. Something that's heritage made like this. Very nice, rich, deep green, emerald green color. So he's... Okay, he is whipping it. I was about to question if he's kneading it into koicha. Very nice, even whip. What are we looking at? That's probably what? That's a Huggy style chawan.
思ってた抹茶の味と全然違いますね。
ありがとうございます。
What's the most unsavory thing I can do on the internet for money? Because I really want to go to Japan now. My morals can wait. I require cold hard cash.
こんなに甘みが出るんだっていうのびっくりしましたね。
日本で1200年続いてきた文化なんですよね。
What's a grift I can quickly get on to fund a vacation?
伝統的な栽培方法っていうのがいつまでできるかわからないので、1年でも長く守っていければいいなと、人生が終わるギリギリまでお茶が作れればいいなと思います。
Very nice, very nice. Less nice. Okay, let me look at the timer and decide what we're doing. This is a 5-minute video. This is a 30-minute video. I really... We're gonna watch this. If I have anything left in the tank, we're gonna watch the other one. Oh boy. Let me put up a vote for what we want to do for today before we start. Because I will be very angry. Definitely when I'm done with both of these videos. So, I do not promise that we're actually going to make it to play a game, but just in case we do, game of the night, and our options are going to be Abyss School, what are our other options? What have we played recently? What have I played recently? We definitely can't play Sinspire on stream, that's for sure. Which is unfortunate. I would really like Sinspire to have a safe for work mode. What don't we play frequently enough? I'm gonna say Neverwinter Nights. We're gonna have that as an option. Palworld and Subnautica. The spawner is never getting fixed, so I guess you just have to live with it. There's 5 minutes to vote. Go vote. Kick and YouTube are... YouTube, I can't see the YouTube chat, so YouTube gets fucked, I guess. Kick is allowed to vote via mail-in ballot. Alright, so this is Kengan Ashura. No relation content-wise to manga, anime, or anything we do. Bro either posts the absolute best bait on YouTube, or he's just built different. I really can no longer tell, because some of the things he says just come off as rage bait. I really don't want to believe that there are real people with opinions like this, and that they can vote and have enough disposable income to buy guns. That makes me very uncomfortable to think about that. But he's made a video about his experience with suppressors, and we're going to listen and react.
Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to the channel. Wanted to make a video in regards to why I hate suppressors. And actually it's more of a love-hate relationship. I currently own 2 suppressors and don't feel I will be purchasing any more. So the first suppressor I picked up was a 556 dedicated suppressor. This is the Otter Creek Lab Polonium 556 can.
Okay.
This is not the case-size can, it's the full-size Polonium. So I purchased this can for $550. It's one of the cheaper suppressors out there.
Very true. Otter Creek is considered a budget-friendly brand as far as 556 cans go, so accurate characterization.
Plus the $200 tax stamp. So this is a $750 accessory that, honestly...
Well, here's the thing. Like, no, the suppressor itself costs $500. The $200 on top of that are a sin tax that we have for some reason allowed the government to impose on us. So it really doesn't factor into a purchasing decision at the end of the day. Or rather, it shouldn't factor into the assessment of the item.
Really like, and I know a lot of people are going to hate me in the comments for that, but let me explain. As you know, this channel, I talk about finances quite a bit, and these are expensive. So $750 with many downsides and not too many upsides, in my opinion. Now, my other suppressor...
Again, gun stuff is very much a case for pay once, cry never. If you go for a budget option, you're going to get budget performance. There's a variety of reasons why I grit my teeth and bought a SIG suppressor. Because I know that, yes, I am paying SIG $1,000, but at the end of the day, I will get a high-quality suppressor. I believe the one I got is titanium, and... like, it's going to do the thing that it's supposed to do with the system that it's designed to work with.
The suppressor that I have on the 6.5 Creedmoor bolt gun, that is a Diligent Defense STI. It's a titanium suppressor. It's a 30 cal, and it shoots my 6.5 Creedmoor out of it. That can I love, and it's because it's on a bolt gun. And so let's go.
It also sounds like it's a more expensive can that's also better suited for the use case that you're applying it for.
Go ahead and dive into why I don't like this can, or any suppressor for that matter, with the exception of on a bolt gun. Suppressors, unless you're talking about flow-through suppressors, and we'll talk about that here in a second, make your gun extremely gassy, over-gassed, right? And it throws a bunch of gas into your face, and I think 15, 20 years from now, we're all going to develop these crazy high lead levels.
So I'm going to stop you right there. Does a suppressor increase the gas pressure in your gun? Yes. That doesn't mean that suppressors are bad. It means that suppressors are supposed to have an appropriate suppressor host. Because a gun isn't just a gun. A gun is an enclosed system where all of the parts that are participating in its function are supposed to be balanced and counterbalanced against each other. You just throw a can on a gun that's not intended to be suppressed, or it's not balanced to be suppressed, you're going to have a bad time of it. Not because the can is bad, not because the gun is bad, but because you used a component for something that is outside of its intended use case. And therefore, you are suffering the consequences of mismatching those components. You just take your raw, off-the-rack AR, especially a direct impingement one. Yeah, no shit. It's not built or balanced to be a suppressor host. The charging handle is not going to be vented to vent off excess gas. DI guns generally are not great when to be suppressed. They are a preferable use case for flow-through cans. And you also need to likely play around with your gas port, with your buffer tube. There are a lot of considerations to take in mind there, because When you're screwing a suppressor onto an otherwise enclosed system, you are fucking with the balances of said system, and unless you rebalance it around that additional back pressure, it's not going to function as intended. So that's not a suppressor problem, that is a you problem.
Subsequently end up developing pneumoconiosis with subsequent development into pulmonary fibrosis, right? There's a lot of crap being thrown in your face when you put one of these suppressors on. And I had this on my Aero Precision 16-inch rifle, and I had it on an 11.5 BCM that was a buddy of mine's. And either way, both of those guns were extremely overgassed, and I was constantly eating gas every time I competed with it or shot competitions or even did a training course at Bruiser Industries. And then guess what? It cost more money to fix that problem. We need to buy an adjustable BCG, right? Maybe different.
You mean an adjustable gas block, but not a bolt carrier group. The bolt carrier group is pretty much universal. It's actually not affected by the can, but go on.
Springs, different weights, an adjustable gas block. We need to change all these things. Just
it's almost as if the gun is like a uniform system that is, again, what is the definition of a system? A system is something that is larger than the parts that make up the whole, right? Something that is larger than the sum of its parts. Hey there, Gecko. So, in order for it to function, those parts need to be synchronized in a certain fashion. And having to incur additional cost to set it up is a you problem, because you picked a gun that's not a good suppressor host and then put a suppressor on it. I picked the SIG MCX, like all issues with the MCX platforms considered, precisely because I intended for it to be a suppressor host. Therefore, I will not have issues suppressing it because I have a regulating gas block. Granted, a 2-position regulating gas block, but that's generally more than enough. It's a piston gun, so less gas goes back into the ejection port by default. I don't know what to tell you. Like, the charging handle that comes stock with the MCX is already, I believe, pre-vented. So if you use tools outside of the scope for which they are designed, the tools are not going to work well. More on that in News at 11.
To make the suppressor run. And then at that point, you're tinkering around with so many things. The gun starts to become unreliable, right? Extremely undergas when the suppressor is off, extremely overgas when the suppressor is on. We need to tune this, tune that, and now you just have a weapon that is flirting with that line.
Well, that's a direct thread suppressor. Why the fuck are you fidgeting with your direct thread suppressor? Direct thread suppressors are supposed to be put onto a gun, and largely outside of your maintenance cycle, they're supposed to stay the fuck on the barrel. So you're going to gas it to run with the overpressure introduced by the gun.
Reliability, and I didn't like that. It's a money pit, it's extremely gassy, and for my health, I just don't think it's worth it. The second...
So I used the tool wrong, and therefore the tool is now bad. You see why I think this channel is rage bait. People who modified their Glock's internals understood that. I'm forced to agree, kinda, yeah. Like, the Glock internals are the area where I think you should really fuck around as less, like, the least. And granted, you know, Glocks are actually, or any striker-fired firearms, are less sensitive to any kind of fuckery just because they are inherently overgassed, due to the fact that they usually work in a caliber where there's less propellant present. They need to make better use of the expanding gases. So they, like most guns by a rifle's definition, are overgassed. But also, the ejection port isn't sitting as close to your face as it functions.
Second is flow-through cans. So there's a lot of flow-through suppressors out there that definitely limit the amount of gas flow back. Some of them maybe completely take it away altogether. However, those suppressors are extremely expensive. So this can was $550 before the tax stamp. Those suppressors are at least $1,000, $1,200, $1,300 before the tax stamp. Well, we don't have tax stamps anymore, but in my opinion, that's...
We have tax stamps, the tax is just zero, but never mind.
$1,300 on an accessory that you still can possibly have reliability issues. The gun is either undergas or overgas, and we need to buy an adjustable gas block to make sure it runs reliably.
It just confuses everything and makes your gun completely complicated to deal with. I don't like that. I don't.
It's almost as if guns are tools that are designed for a specific purpose and to work with specific parts. And the assumption here is that if you're buying a suppressor, you're capable of parsing, readily available information about how it functions with certain platforms. Because one of the benefits of the GWAT is that we've gained a plethora of information about how different small arms configurations work. For example, I know for a fact that a Mark 18 suppresses relatively well, but it's going to be a gassy bitch because it's a direct impingement 10-3 AR. And from there on, I have to make certain choices. Do I go for a conventional suppressor or something like a Surefire, and I deal with the excess gas by means of having a charging handle that vents the excess gas, having a regulating gas block that I can use to sort of let out more gases, just cycle through the front of the barrel, or I pay a little bit extra for a flow-through can, and flow-through cans are becoming increasingly prevalent and increasingly cheap as well. So it's almost as if you can make informed decisions if you think about the things that you do in advance.
I don't see those to be benefits to me whatsoever, because in my opinion, they say suppressors are supposed to decrease the amount of flash that you have coming from the gun, but so does an A2 birdcage. And honestly, comparing...
No, suppressors are supposed to generally decrease the report and signature of your firearm, as well as decrease the concussive force that you experience as the operator of said firearm. And they do that, and no other implement realistically does. So the difference between having a suppressor and not having a suppressor is in the accumulated damage to your hearing that you're going to gather through multiple years of regularly using your firearm. If you shoot competitively, I assume you shoot at least roughly in excess of 3,000 rounds per year. And the suppressor is legitimately, over the course of 5 to 10 years, the use of a suppressor is going to be the difference between retaining the majority of your hearing and starting to flirt with permanent tinnitus.
The videos I've seen between a suppressor and an A2 birdcage in the middle of the night, we're splitting hairs at that point. They're almost identical. They both have very minimal flash versus the...
If you're concerned about flash in particular, you can even have a faux can, which is basically just, a hollow can with no baffles inside of it. That's what I have on my MCX currently while I wait for the suppressor. It works marvelously as a flash hider. My MCX produces absolutely no visible flash, even in relative darkness. However, it still has the full pressure of a 300 blackout round and, the sound that it makes. And it's a beefy fucking round. It do be clapping those cheeks.
If you were to have, say, a bare muzzle or a muzzle brake on there. So I'm not really getting many benefits, especially shooting 5.56, because the round is going supersonic. You're still going to get that cracking noise. It's still extremely loud.
That is also true. That is another consideration when you're picking out a suppressor host for your suppressor. 5.56, an inherently supersonic round. You didn't flirt with tinnitus. Tinnitus flirted with you. That's what you get for running 7.62x39.
I understand it's relative, but even with the suppressor on it, it's not hearing safe. And so we have a suppressor that's throwing gas in our face, that's extremely expensive. We now have to...
It only throws gas into your face if you tune your rifle wrong. It's extremely expensive. No, not really. You got a budget suppressor. You said that yourself.
Buy more parts to make the gas blowback less.
You need to tune the tool to work with other parts that you're introducing into it, yes.
If we do want a suppressor that blows less gas into our face, we need to pay double the price for those. And then you get...
Oh, get the fuck out. Come on, let's pull up Silencer Shop. I'm sick of this. Let's see. Silencer Shop. Silencer Shop. Silencer Shop. We're going to stay in the... sort of, outlined parameters here. So 5.56 suppressors. And we're going to look specifically for flow-through cans, okay? going to look specific. So Huxworks, $1,000. Like all, if most, if not all, Hux suppressors are going to be around that amount of money. A Hux is that you pay once, you cry once, especially with the tax stamp being waived now. Like, yeah, I could really easily make a case for a flow-through can. If I had the confidence that a flow-through can is going to fit inside of my handguard, I would have bought the Hux suppressor over the SIG suppressor. Surefire SOCOM, $1,000, not even flow-through. Ditter Sierra Kima, I think that one is flow-through. That one looks flow-through. Let's see. Do not allow my location. Get out of my face. High quality laser welded stillite baffles optimized specifically for 5.56.2.3. Easily remove front cap flash hider. Place it with a Ditter R series front cap. Purpose built to give you one of the best. Doesn't say if it's a flow through or not, but it does look like a flow through design. Silencer what is that? KK. Oh yeah, Knight's Ornament is also always going to be pricey. 6 hour. I mean, 6 hour Hexium 5.56, like $900. $700 for a flow through dead air. I wonder if they sell rugged suppressors. Primary weapon systems, $900. I think that one's a flow through. More SIG Inconel, but the $900 price is because it's Inconel. Bushmaster, SIG, Jaguar. I haven't looked at 5.56 stuff. Defcan, Covix, Surefire, Otter Creek Labs Polonium. That's the one he got. What is that? Polonium Suppressor Black. Is it flow through? No, that's a solid can. And you get what you pay for. There you go. Ventrum 5.56 suppressor. Pass. This is a flow through. This is a flow through can because all Huxworks cans are flow through. Barely more expensive, especially given that he bought his with a full tax stamp. So, I don't know, I'm going to call skill issue.
Into all the other things, mounting options. So I just direct threaded this onto my gun, but you have different adapters that cost $100, $200 for the entire package. And then you need to do that for all your guns if you're going to be swapping cans from different guns. And then people need suppressor coverage because they don't want to burn themselves and it's a hazard. And so this is a headache. Now with a bolt gun, there's no gas to deal with. It definitely suppresses the gun quite a lot. I actually don't need to wear ear pro when I'm shooting the bolt gun. There's no gas to my face and it decreases substantially the amount of recoil. That way I'm actually able to...
Wait, but 6.5 Creedmoor is also a supersonic round.
See my misses and correct as I go. But on gas guns, AR-15s, things like that, I just don't think they're worth it in my opinion. And as a result, I will not be buying another suppressor. If I do get another bolt gun, I'll just keep swapping that 30 cal can that I have to whatever bolt gun I'm using at that time. But this has not been used in the last 7 months, and it's because it's a headache. I just don't enjoy shooting it anymore. It's very quiet, and maybe later down the road, I'll put a lot of money into an AR-15.
So what you're saying is, the tool that you're using correctly within its designed use case is working well. And the tool that you're not using in the appropriate use case with the appropriate components is not performing well. Are you starting to notice a pattern? Are you starting to sort of zero in on the problem here, my guy? That's it. That's as much as I can take of the guy. Sorry, I'm gonna take a quick break. Because I've been drinking tea all day and I need to take a piss. Refill your drinks. I'll be right back. And after that, I shall... I don't want to watch you on head. No. Even the clip farming is not worth it. I'm going to start a Subnautica because I think Subnautica won the poll. We're going to play Subnautica. We're going to decompress a little bit. And yeah, I'll be right back.
Here's an important German word for understanding what's happening very quickly around you all of a sudden. Volksgemeinschaft! It which is a unified ethnic, cultural, national, and nationalist conception of identity. What is happening in England right now under the banner of St. George's Cross is attempting to use the issues around immigration and all the attendant problems, including rape gangs, a liberating tolerance, anti-Brit legal situation, etc. To encourage an English Volksgemeinschaft movement. It's not about rights, freedoms, or the problems nearly so much as it is about encouraging a collectivist and daring a nationalist. People's community mentality, sentiments, and movement. Something similar is being pushed around a Scottish identity based on the young woman who rightly and heroically stood up for her own physical safety. The same thing is happening with heritage Americans. In the U.S., the goal is to create a new understanding of what is an American that sees America as being an extended Volksgemeinschaft instead of a propositional nation, or a nation, or based on an idea. Obviously, given the word is in German, you can rapidly figure out who used and pushed the idea of a Volksgemeinschaft response to problems. You say Germany in the 1930s and 1980s and 1940s. It all came crashing down in 1945. This approach has been taken.
I've just realized that the James Lindsay punk rock doesn't quite mix well with the background music of Subnautica. My apologies for that cacophony. Okay. Subnautica. Probably our most recent one. I forget what we were even supposed to do. I'm not quite sure what we're doing. Well, I guess we'll figure it out. We have the prawn suit.
100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Okay. Oh, we're hunting for gel sacks, aren't we? Gel sacks and magnetite. No, now I remember. We probably have a scanner room somewhere, don't we?
Power restored. All primary systems online.
Yeah. Alright, there's a scanner room down there, and I wonder what it's scanning for. We're a little low on water. Do we have a store of water with us, or just the fruit? Probably just the fruit, but we have a bulbo tree. It's our source of hydration. There we go. Not hydrated enough. Something is impacting my ship. I really don't like that. Can you like stop? Can you please not do that? It's just this little fish. It's just the little fish doing that. Even the bone shark isn't really largely ignoring me because it's, I guess it only aggroes when I'm actually live, when it's making noise rather. All right. It's cold in here. Cold in where? Alright, we have the prawn suit. The prawn suit, I don't believe has any upgrades yet. It does not. Which actually means we should at some point get... Oh, gotcha, bitch. In your room? That's too bad. I would say that I live in Texas to never experience the cold, but that strategy didn't quite pan out recently because we were still exposed to quite a bit of cold. Alright, let's see... Let's see what the scanner room was scanning for. Probably don't have any... I have quite a bit of things on me, actually. So let's leave some of the stuff in our overflow cabinet here real quick. I definitely don't need an extra meal with my Cyclops right next to me. A water bottle, I don't need you. Laser cutter. Laser cutter needs a new battery. Laser cutter. Or maybe it will color your AK and it'll give you warmth? Maybe you disassemble it and use the propellant as a source of heat. Alright, let's go check. What are we even scanning for? It's probably magnetite, isn't it? Reaper Leviathan. There is no magnetite on the map. I am not quite pleased by that. Can't be right. No, there's magnetite. Okay, so we are looking at some magnetite. So magnetite is definitely on the menu. The question is how much of it is. Probably quite a bit. I'm going to wager. Ah, you need power. Look, we grab some indigenous wildlife as a source of get the fuck away from me. You're going into the bioreactor. You're going into the bioreactor. You're all going into the bioreactor. Alright, we're gonna let it scan. And I guess I'm taking the prawn suit out for a spin. Crank the audio up a little bit so that I'm easier to scare with the audio redeems. The things I do for you. Alright, we're gonna stick to the mushroom forest. That motherfucker is right there. I don't have any hull reinforcement, by the way. Like, once I venture out, I am a fucking sitting duck. I also can barely see him. We probably shouldn't be doing this at night in zero visibility. There's Cyclops hull fragment, I don't need you. Surely he has better things to do right now. Get the fuck away from me, bitch! He's doing some damage there. Motherfucker, he spawned from the goddamn map. That is unfair. That is very much unfair. I'm fucking off. My apologies to all headphone users. Quickly, I must seek the cover of the mushroom forest. Get the fuck away from me. He spawned directly behind me. He spawned on my ass. He was not by me at the time when I was walking. The game did me dirty. I shall retreat to my Cyclops until it's a little bit brighter so I can see better. Fuck you. Can you not? Alright, the Cyclops is going to fix it up because there's a repair bay installed. Jesus Christ, I installed the bed already, right? Not enough space to lie down on bed? Do I have a habitat builder? I do. God, this fucking sucks. Deconstruct bed. Not enough space. How am I supposed to sleep then? Am I supposed to just install a bed in the middle of the bay, I guess? I really don't like the Below Zero update. The Below Zero update just continues to fuck with me for no reason. I wonder if... Nah. Okay, I can sleep here. Okay, the prawn suit should be fixed, and we should have better visibility now. Alright, the prawn suit is in fact at full health. We're going to lay... Oh, he's right there. Oh, he's right there. Oh, that is unfortunate. Okay. I am really not enjoying this experience. Yeah, he's right there. Not very cash money. Like, the mushroom trees give us a degree of cover, but it's limited. Like, he's too stupid to maneuver his mandibles around the mushroom trees. Like, they're canonically idiotic. They have, like, a tiny, tiny brain, and they're just a gigantic angry noodle. That's all they are. Well, gosh dang it. He's right above the resources I need. Just like you, for real, for real? Nah. Don't self-denigrate like that. Oh, fuck right off. So loud. He is spinning in place because he can't go forward. I wonder if I can hop onto something and start damaging him. I just want to make sure that I'm far enough away from this fucking jaw. Careful, careful. We don't get too close to the head. Interesting. I'm trying to see how far I can climb up while still being outside of his reach. No, 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 you don't. So he has a hitbox around his head, so we can only damage him from the tail. But if we get to a spot where the tail is reachable, he fucked off. That's too bad. He desisted. I wonder if we can bait him into getting stuck again. I really don't like the fact that the backdash on the prawn is very slow. Not very good Tekken movement. Hope he doesn't figure out that he can go in from the top. He definitely tried it. He definitely tried. So I am safest underneath the mushroom forest. That much we've established. God, this sucks. I've never had this much trouble getting magnetite. Like, what the actual fuck? There is no way we can run all the way out to where the camera is and him not have instantly yank us. And I'm not sure how much damage we do to him sort of per exchange. He does about 30% damage to us, and we do, like, however much we can do with the hands. The hands are the highest DPS option that's available to us. Okay, we lured him into our level. Can I punch you, is the real question. I can't seem to punch him. He does not seem to have a hurt box on the entirety of his tail. We're losing daylight, doing nothing useful. Because this fucking asshole is right above the magnetite I need. I guess the main takeaway here is that we can survive being grabbed, what, 3 times? I really don't want to be too close to the edge. He is moving on. I really don't like the fact that he's moving closer to my Cyclops, though. He's now under the terrain. That would imply that he can grab us from under the terrain, which is probably what happened to us last time. That's kind of shitty. That's not very cash money of you, game. That's not what we've that's not normal physics that we've agreed to. I really don't like the fact that your sort of localized apex predator can just phase through the ground. Fuck you. He's right above me. He is right above me. He's edging for it. I'm impressed by the pathfinding. I'm not impressed by the fact that I have to deal with it now. And by my limited field of view. I'm afraid to leave this tree. This tree is my lifeline right now. Alright, there he is. So he does have a sort of a trajectory that he runs around. I want him to get stuck in the trees in a way where I can attack him. That would be best. Give me that ass. Okay, we clipped him. We got him. We got him once. He does not seem to be too pleased about that. We're losing daylight like crazy. I was about to say, maybe I should just build a stasis rifle, but then I remembered, oh, I need magnetite for that. That's great. God, you loud bitch. You obnoxious loud motherfucker. With no hitbox. Can I just annoy him into leaving? Like, the problem with Reaper Leviathans is there's really no stealth against them, because they use their scream as an echolocation mechanic. Motherfucker. So, ostensibly, they see you the moment you hear them, which is a problem. Let's go back to the scanner room. See if we can identify a different angle to use for our approach. We also need to be very mindful when we walk out of the mushroom forest, because that thing can swoop in on us very quickly, and I can barely see it. Or actually, I can't see it at all. I can tell that he's very close, but I can't see him because it's dark. Really not enjoying this. Not one bit. We probably just want to move on and look for other spots where there's magnetite, because this is just not practical. We're just losing time here. Definitely somewhere over there. Who redeemed the Reaper spawn? No, this Reaper spawns here by default. That is... Get the... Fuck. No, get... This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. I am stuck underneath the mushroom. I am unstuck. I am unstuck from the mushroom.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Oh, fuck you. I think I killed it. Yeah, I did kill it. So, Gecko, the thing is that apparently the most recent update that added the below zero stuff also broke all of the spawning logic, so sadly none of the spawning redeems work.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
God fucking damn you. All of the magnetite is right where this asshole is patrolling. I fucking hate it here. I hate it so much. Alright, at least there are closer magnetite spawns, so we don't need to, you know, confront him directly, so maybe let's look for those. Like, the less walking I need to do, the better. Yeah, that's not a lot. That's really not great. Right underneath where this motherfucker is patrolling to. Like, he just hangs around here like an asshole, doing nothing. Hunting the small fish, I guess. All he does is just swim in a circle right around the spot that I need. God, you suck. Like, right over the magnetite. Alright, it's daybreak, but this does not help us at all. It's fucking swimming towards my Cyclops. He is. Interesting. It's interesting that my Cyclops is even in his path of traversal. We're gonna need to look for a different spot because the fucking magnetite is just not working. Alright, let's dock the camera and get the fuck out of here. Let me check my blueprints real quick. Let's see. Like, if we at the very least had hull reinforcement, which we can build, okay. So hull reinforcement is lithium, diamond, and titanium. That's doable. Repulse cannon. We're missing something to do that, though. I don't think we have the vehicle mod station, or do we? It's gonna be in buildings, right? Alien containment, nuclear reactor, bioreactor, water vehicle upgrade console. No, wait, we can have that. We can build that. Why the fuck am I even here then? Why do I bother? Why am I doing this to myself? I could just go and finish upgrading my shit and leave. I don't even need to deconstruct this. You know what? We'll just leave this running. Have it map out the magnetite. We'll just leave the scanner room here. And we're gonna go and reinforce the prawn suit.
Engine powering up.
He does not seem to be too bothered about us. Gonna do a police U-turn here real quick and go back to our current operational fob. I am really pissed off about the magnetite. Like, I'm really miffed. Like, if we drop the damage that thing can do to us from 30%, meaning that we can easily survive at least 3 swipes, that makes the mission all significantly more palatable. I think I already explored that wreck over there. I would really like a sonar. A sonar would be nice. Still drifting towards home. Let's quickly mark this on our map as the resources we need to gather, and depth modules, hull reinforcement, energy efficiency model, polyaniline. We need deep shrooms for that, and we don't have any of those yet. Storage module is definitely useful. Bronze suit upgrades, sulfur. We don't have sulfur yet, so that's fine. Kyanite Seamoth. Sonar. Oh. interior lights. Oh, it's actually very dark. I would like to fabricate some decoys. How do I do that? Decoy tube upgrade. I don't do that here. Where do I fabricate decoys to use? The bed placement is so ass, but it will not let me place them anywhere. So where do we make the decoys? Can someone check? How do we make decoys for the decoy launch tube? Reinforced dive suit would also probably be nice, but we need deep troops for that as well. Leave you over here. That other, I was about to say that is supposed to have some supports. Didn't quite spawn in yet.
Captain.
I could take your storage module, but I won't.
Welcome aboard. All systems online.
Good. You stay here. Alright, we need table coral, we need copper. Let's take inventory of what we have, and then we'll figure it out. Probably have lithium. Let's see, gold, copper wire, 2 samples of table coral, then some copper wire and some titanium. Titanium is generally easy to come by. I empty out I emptied out all of the storage. So, do we have a scanner room in this one? I forget. We do. We do have a scanner room. And we're going to use the scanner room to find absolutely fucking nothing. I gotta just go out there manually. Like, the scanner room isn't even worth bothering. Do I really need to find anything, or do I have most of those? I feel like I should have some of that in storage.
Welcome, Captain. All systems online.
We definitely have a plethora of titanium, and we need 9. Alright, this is titanium, silver, gold. Rare minerals. We need at least 1. Okay, 1 lithium is what we get, so we can't make the storage. That's fine. Well, it's less than optimal, but you know, it is what it is. So we just need copper. Where do I keep the copper? I guess I don't keep it anywhere. I just don't have any. So much storage, and oh, it just says empty when something is empty. Organics. Empty, empty, empty. You are not empty, but because you're gold. Okay. So we need copper. Copper is relatively easy to source. Lithium, less so. We have some upstairs. Water bottle. Not finding what I need. These are all empty, so we probably just don't have any. I'll go through a couple times. Hydrate. Alright. Storage be damned. Let's unzip that one. Leave the surplus titanium. Alright, so all we need now is copper. Limestone is fairly easy to come by, so we're just gonna go get ourselves some of that. Titanium. He violated my NAP. Do not need quartz. Get the fuck away from me. Trust me, you do not want the smoke. Copper, okay, okay. Come on, let's pick it up. And we need at least 4 pieces of copper from what I'm looking at. Oh, we need diamonds. Shit. Diamonds are found in shale rock. We don't have any kind of ready access to that. Alright, let's build the mod station at the very least, then we play it by ear. Diamonds, diamonds, diamonds. Where do diamonds spawn? Like, I know it's in shale rock, but I mean, like, is there a biome with shale rock nearby that I could easily explore? Not really seeing a lot of limestone chunks. Limestone. Titanium. Not what I need, but I'll take it. Oh, okay, that's faster than trying to finesse it. Alright, we have 2 pieces of copper. I feel like I should have more. Oh, more is in storage. Okay, how much more? How much more is in storage? 1 more piece. So we need 1 more. At least we're doing okay on the copper, and then I'll set the scanner room to look for shale rock, but we may need to go back out into the mushroom forest. That is a distinct possibility. Limestone, copper. Oh, come on. Yoink. Okay, now we have copper. Let's see if we can find any shale rock out here, or we're going to have to go all the way back to the goddamn mushroom forest. There's definitely diamonds there. That I know of. Because we need like 3 more. We have 1 in storage, and that's about it. Go collect some table coral. Interesting, I guess you could hypothetically run out of table coral, because I don't think it respawns at all. Alright, I like the natural ambient light that's produced by the kelp. Alright. Ah? Oh, it's in the prawn soup. It's strange. I thought I had more. Which I did. I did definitely have more. Alright, we're making some progress. It's good to see. Let's go build our mod station. Where do we want it? Is the real question. I'd say right here is fine. Surely my base has enough integrity to... Alright, it doesn't damage base integrity. Components! Storage module. No, I do not want a storage module. I want something that will reinforce my hull and make me less yummy and less crunchy. Advanced wiring kit, benzene, torpedoes, lots of stuff, lots of stuff. I have the Mark 1. Magnetite, Seamoth torpedo system. Alright, we need diamonds. So,
Seek fluid intake.
if you say so.
Vital signs stabilizing.
I'm gonna grab a coffee while I'm here. Okay, let's see. There is no shale rock within scanner range. That's not entirely surprising. Slam that coffee. What to do? Trying to think.
Captain.
Come on, into the Cyclops you go. Okay, we've made some marginal progress. Oh, come on. Alright, so all we need is 3 pieces of diamond. Which shouldn't be a lot.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Turn off your floodlights and dock you here.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
The base is running low on power. Let me quickly throw some stuff to keep it powered at least. Why is there a camera just floating outside? Did one of the damn stalkers pick at my stuff again? I guess I kind of asked for it with having creep wine here. That should hold you over. Diamonds. You know where I think we may find diamonds? We still have to collect our scale. So either way, we can either go to the mushroom forest.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Really have a choice. We have to go to the mushroom forest either way.
Engine powering up.
Fuck you, fish! Fuck you, dolphin! It's funny how stalkers are actually not as depraved as real-life dolphins. You ever think about that? Like, the bloodthirsty opportunity predator is less horrible than an actual mammal with one of the largest brains in our real Earth. How do I go down? Seas down. Have I explored that? That looks like a PDA I've already cracked open. Disregard. Or have I? Let's back up real quick. It looks opened, so I'm going to assume that I already checked it out. Oh, that is very loud. getting close to the weapon platform. If I recall correctly, there are probably some diamonds on dry land, but I also don't want to travel there. How did we approach last time? I think I need to approach from slightly more downhill. Yeah, something like this. As to not engender the tender attentions of the Reaper. Get the fuck out of my way. Ah, we're fine, we're fine.
Engine powering down.
Don't worry about it. Let me check the cameras real quick, though. Maybe just a touch too shallow.
Engine powering up. Engine powering down.
Okay, that's perfect. That is just perfect. Hey, what's your fucking problem? This is not a reserved parking space. Fuck off. Yeah, I thought so. Cocksucker.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright. Big think. Shale chunk. Alright, slightly more feasible to work with. Let me throw another psyker into the pyre. Alright, so directly ahead there are two pieces of shale. Not even going to bother deploying the cameras. Just gonna go straight into the bronze suit and leave my overflow titanium. Sounds like I need it. Rare minerals. There we go. One over here. Oh boy. Radar said that it's straight ahead from the scanner room. Why are you here? God, you obnoxious cunt. What an asshole. Not what I needed. Just keep an eye out for him, just in case he decides to swoop in on me from a blind spot, which he will. Yeah, I see you, you bitch. What's wrong? Can't make it through the goddamn mushroom forest because you're too stupid to retract your fucking mandibles? ugly split lip bastard. He grabs me through the fucking terrain, I swear to God. Diamond? Okay, we have one. We need 3 more. I see another shale rock over there. What is this? Sandstone. Like, none of these are shale. Welcome back, brave ad warriors. As you can see, we've not made a lot of progress. We need 2 more diamonds. Diamonds are a shale drop. We can't get to that shale because there's a Reaper Leviathan, again, directly where we need to go. Somehow, this bitch always hovers over the exact thing that I want in a particular time. Like, when I needed the magnetite, he was hovering directly over the fucking magnetite. Now that I need the shale rock, he's directly over the shale rock. Yeah, I see you, I see you, I see you. Like, do you see this? Let's go deeper into the mushrooms, I guess. Maybe if he thinks he can snag us through the trees there, he'll open up a little bit. Like, why are you there? God, you suck. Like, what possesses you to even move in that direction? In the direction of the shale rock, so at the very least I will see him coming when I try to go for it. Yep, there he's right around the bend, actually. Yep, there he is. There he is. Seems to be distracted with something else. This is our chance. A little closer. That is a diamond. We need 1 more. Get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from me. I see what you're doing. He's actually camping me. I don't know if this is intended behavior, or if this is something that's coded in, or just I'm just that unlucky with that thing's prowling pattern. He is legitimately just skulking around, directly in spots where I need to go. That lithium? That's lithium. Yeah, that's an attack noise. He's swooping in. That's him swooping in. Hey, fuck you. Yeah, fuck you, buddy. Yeah, what's wrong? You're too fat to fit? Well, I guess so am I. I just walked in. No, get the fuck away. I think you're too dumb to navigate the goddamn opening in the trees. Actually too dumb to live. Give me that tail. I'm gonna punch you right in the asshole. Come here, I'm gonna donkey punch her right in the blowhole. I forget what that saying is from. I don't think I want to know. We need a piece of shale. Let me go check if there's any shale the other way. There should be some. Sandstone. Alright, there is plenty in every direction, actually. There's one more in the cairn, there's one more in the exit, like in the mouth of the cairn. Okay, so at least there's an abundance of shale rock. So that much is good. So we actually don't need to deal with the
Welcome aboard, Captain.
We can just, you know, go the other way. I got spooked by the Cyclops. This is how high-strung I am right now. Can you fuck off for real? Why are you on this side of the ridge? It's gold, I'll take it. It's still useful. Swear to God, if that thing tries to hunt me through here. Alright, there's probably more shale rock in between the trees, so that's where we're going. Should be disinterested in the Cyclops as long as it's not running. So its aggro is probably concentrated on us because we're roughly food-sized. Or so he believes. Ah, lithium. Alright, maybe we'll be building some storage after all. I wonder if the hull reinforcements stack. That's something that I would like to know.
Seek fluid intake.
No, I'm good. Surely there would be some shale outcroppings over here. Lithium deposit. Oh, shale outcropping. Come on, diamond, diamond, diamond. Lithium. This is why I don't gamble. Gacha games don't count. That's a bit of a tight fit there, eh?
Vital signs
Let's maybe
stabilizing.
not get stuck in our prawn suit. It's not like there's anything that can hunt us here anyway. What are these? Tree leech. Scanning. This is not a tree. Why are you here? Shale? Be mindful. Lithium.
You are currently inside a long calcified root system.
Ah, okay, that
Evidence
explains it.
suggests it was eaten away by other life forms over many centuries to form these natural caves.
That explains the tree leeches. Well, actually it doesn't, because why do they persist? If the tree has been eaten away. I should go look for an exit, actually. Let's not do any unnecessary cave diving. Alright, we have 3 diamonds, actually. We have all we need, because we have 1 more in storage. So I guess we can go and finally build a hull reinforcement. Then we can go kick a Reaper Leviathan in the teeth. It would be nice to find more diamonds, but I guess, you know, we gotta work with what we have. I'm gonna leave the scanner room here, because we still need to come back and get magnetite. Oh, shush.
Captain, all systems online.
Fucking hysterical asshole. See, that's the other thing. That's the other reason I prefer lantern food to other sources of food. They don't really interfere with what you're doing. Alright, so we do have the extra bit of diamond here, a little bit of lithium. Let's see. Well, it's not on the radar.
Engine powering up.
If we break away fast enough, he shouldn't follow us. Pro-level driving. I do not see any waypoints. Really don't like that. There, okay, there we are. Was a little disoriented for a moment there. I kind of prefer staying, you know, with my camera at the helm as opposed to patching myself through external cameras. The external cameras make maneuvering significantly easier, but they kind of take away from the feel.
Ahead slow.
What is that? Purple glowing stuff everywhere? Wonder what's down there. Let's quickly take a dip. Nothing. Oh well. It was worth exploring. One of the entrances to the underground river is somewhere near the Shroom Forest. Like, it's relatively close to the Aurora.
Ahead standard.
I don't think we need the marker. I think we've explored that Degassi habitat.
Engine powering down.
Alright. We have our materials, or do we? They're inside the prawn suit, actually. Access storage. Let's get everything. Let's do that because we need to modify I do like the fact that Subnautica is a very contemplative game. You get to sit around, think about stuff as you fidget with the... Ran out of power, didn't you? Oh no, there's a seat up there. Yeah, okay, that explains it. Someone's in my fucking parking spot. That's his reserved parking. Employees only.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Hull reinforcement, let's go. Can't make another one. We don't have enough titanium for that one. Should I? Let's make more storage. More storage equals good, so I am told. Grab 3 pieces of titanium. Fortunately, we have that in abundance. install that manually. Access upgrades, storage, speedfish. I'm gonna leave you there.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright. Our hull is now reinforced. So we should be more resistant to the tender attentions of the Reaper. Or at least less susceptible to damage. Anything that I can upgrade here? Probably not. No. No. I just have to say, Ian McYarmick's portrayal of Palpatine was just so great. Like, he pulled it off so well. Modern Disney does not deserve to even be present for his legacy. Rare minerals. You go here. Aurum goes here. Then we got Spadefish goes into aquarium before it dies. Release. There we go. Nice and happy. Alright, back...
Engine powering up.
Back to trying to snag ourselves some magnetite we go. And this is just after dawn, so probably by the time we get around to doing that, it's gonna be nightfall again. I really don't want to maneuver at night with the Reaper Leviathan up my ass. So we're going to arrive there, and if it starts getting a little bit dark, we're just gonna sleep. And then once it gets a little lighter, we're gonna make our move for the magnetite, because the Reaper is not affected by visibility, it goes off of echolocation. That fucking thing works off sonar. Let's hang her right over here. Not the correct angle of approach. We want to be even more to the right. Closer to the cairn of anything. What's down there, I actually wonder. I'm gonna be so upset if there's more magnetite that way. Alright, now we're gonna park in a way that's gonna allow the prawn suit to make its way out of the diving hole.
Engine powering down.
I do not hear the Leviathan, but that's a temporary occurrence, surely. Yeah, I think I hear him already. Persistent asshole that he is. Did I empty out my storage? Yes, I did. No longer want shale rock. We now specifically want magnetite. Actually, let's check where the Leviathan is. Aha, so he's hanging directly over the mushroom forest. Charming. God, you suck. Alright. I'm gonna let the machine run for a little bit. Just highlight all of the magnetite that's available while I go and grab some biofuel for it. Yep, he's definitely directly over. Yeah, there he is. He's close enough to pop up on the Cyclops radar. Thanks, I hate it. Who is bumping into my shit again? See, like, instead of breaking the spawner, one thing they could have fixed is the acoustics of the sub. Like, I should not be hearing all of that feedback from a 2-pound fish banging up against the hull of a gigantic submersible. Alright, what's our highest density of magnetite that's closest to farm? Yeah, a couple of pieces here, a couple of pieces there, all not great. We're gonna have to fight the fucking thing, there's no two ways about it. There is absolutely no shot we're going to be able to just grab our stuff, just because, like, look at him, look at this fucking thing. He's just fucking there, doing nothing. Alright, let's remember that there's a speck of magnetite right over here at the descent. And the rest of it is right here. 2 specks of it. Which is not a lot, realistically. Like, we're going through a lot of trouble for not a lot of resources. I'm not loving it. But at the very least, we are now less vulnerable. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and take a drink right now. I wonder if I could have built up to all the way to like the places I need. And potentially a solution to the Reaper Leviathan problem. Lithium. So, there he is. Yeah, he's definitely spotted us. That's a scream that means that he's about to pounce. But he can't pounce because we're in the trees and he's retarded. Yeah, a little too close for comfort. But it's a good thing he's that stupid. Like, if his pathfinding was any better, that would have been curtains. Let's see if he just attacks me once he turns around. That's exactly what he did. That's exactly what he did. Come here, bitch. Give me that ugly fucking mug of yours so I can punch it in. Okay, let's see what he does now. Does he just turn around and try to take a swipe at us again? Apparently he does. See, now he's utterly disinterested in going over the ridge. Now he doesn't have any business there. But when we were walking around the ridge, he was all up on our business. Grappling arm would be really nice right now because it speeds up traversal a lot. Yeah, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it? Huh? Yeah, I thought as much. Yeah, run away, bitch. Fuck, I just really need the magnetite. Come on, man. I'm not sure if he took a swipe at me or at the small fish over there. Like, he's doing damage to the small fish. Like, you can see those little splatters of blood around him. He's doing stuff. It's not very useful stuff. He's also getting in the way like a bitch. Alright, we can survive a single set. We definitely can survive a single set of him attacking us, so that's less of a concern now that we have our reinforced hull. Actually, let me go and do something. Let me go and get a HUD upgrade. I'm not sure that was an impact. It sounded like it. Okay, let's see. Scanner room range upgrade, scanner room speed upgrade. We do not have the materials for a computer chip right now. That's too bad. Oh. Can you not? Okay, he's starting to figure it out. Alright, there was a bit of a limestone over here. We can try to scrounge something together to make a computer chip. Maybe not. Let's see, let's exercise a can-do attitude. We do have a scanner room deployed after all, so let's... what is computer chip again? Copper wire, so 2 coppers, table coral, and a gold, right? 2 coppers, table coral, and a gold. There's limestone right next to us, so that could be copper. Let's have it look for it. Continually search.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Limestone, that's sandstone. We have plenty of gold. We're not struggling for gold. It's copper that we need. There's a chunk of limestone. That is titanium. Is there any more limestone in the area? Has to be some. Quite a bit, actually. Quite a bit. Edge of the cairn here. Okay, so there's quite a bit of limestone. We have pretty good odds of finding what we need. There it is. There's the piece of limestone. Piece of copper. We just need one more. Just need a single piece of copper. Getting a little dork. The darkness is not conducive to looking for... there it is. Okay, table coral. Now we need to solve for table coral. Surely there is some. I think we had some in storage, actually.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
We do not have table coral in storage, sadly.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Any on the radar? Silver ore, stalker tooth, shale chunk, magnetite, salt deposit, copper ore? I guess it's the drillable kind. Hey there, anarchist. How are you doing? I guess you could say we're enjoying Subnautica. That's definitely a word that you can use. Just existing? That's That's already a good starting point. Let's have you spin your wheels for magnetite. And I will go and get some table coral. We're currently trying to avoid a local apex predator, so we reinforced our mech suit to become less susceptible to its fondling. Even with the reinforced prawn suit, I really don't want to be diddled by that thing, so I kind of insist on mostly evading it. So while it's nighttime, we're going to go and look for some components out in the field that we need to complete a thing that's going to improve our quality of life. That's a moonport piece. Not too bothered about you. Alien vent. Oh, that one. Get the fuck away from me. Fuck you. Give me my diamond. Yeah, as you can see, the local wildlife is a bit uppity. It requires some persuasion to back off. Dinged my hull a little bit too. Ah, okay, I can see creep line. Usually there's table coral near the creep line. Local wildlife hungers for mech suits, so it does, They did not correct for the fact that the mech suits got hands. Not seeing what I need. Seeing lots of metal salvage, but not seeing any table. So, Anarchist, you're gonna enjoy this little tidbit. So, I spoke to one of the prominent gun right groups, and sort of, you know, quetching and complaining as I typically do. I shared my pains about having to wait for my Form 4 approvals. And what I was told is that if you're experiencing some kind of profound indignity at the hands of a three-letter agency such as the ATF, you can find either the representative in your district, if he's not a pinko gun grabber. If he is a pinko gun grabber, then you just go to the senator and you sort of work your way up the representative chain up to a point where you find someone who sort of shares at least some of your values. So I had my nearest place of refuge is Senator Cruz's office. So, and what I did is I used the application form there, and they have a form there where you can complain about federal agencies. And I basically indicated, hey, I'm a constituent of Senator Cruz because, you know, I live in Texas, and the ATF is withholding approval despite me completing all of the formal requirements for having a Form 4 approved. There's probably nothing valuable for me inside there. Like, this is going to be 100% a waste of time and not what I was looking for. But we may as well explore the wreck since we're here. I do have a brand new laser cutter anyway. So yeah, and basically you word a polite letter to your representative, be it a senator or congress critter, and you tell them that, you know, the ATF is bullying you. Gossip.
Integrating new PDA data.
Vehicle bay. Yeah, this is just overflow titanium. Like, we don't need anything that we have. Mobile vehicle bay fragment. Useless, useless, useless. Utterly fucking useless. Heard a tooth break away. Any spare rooms we can explore? We have the oxygen. Oh, I didn't even need to cut into this. I could have just swum in. Well, that sucks. Yeah. Back into the prawn suit we go. Please don't let me walk all the way back to the safe shallows just for 2 pieces of fucking table coral. But basically, the logic as it was explained to me is, while a senator's or congressman's office is not able to actually speed up your application, if you've been waiting past a reasonable period of time, they can sort of direct an inquiry towards the ATF, and the ATF, or any other 3-letter agency for that matter, really doesn't like it when elected representatives take note and they get any kind of congressional scrutiny. So, and that usually spurs them on to get rid of your case as soon as possible in a way that's not going to make you, you know, complain to the same congressional or senatorial office. So, basically, it's your way as a taxpayer to bully the ATF. By the way, just so that you know, right now they're saying that processing times for Form 4s are 11 months on average. People are getting their Form 4s back significantly faster, so I call bullshit. So they probably just have that as a cookie cutter answer. We're told it's like a week. So most people, if you're buying as an individual, I've been told that you should expect to get it back like around 10 or 11 days. That's been the average turnaround time. I'm buying my stuff through a trust, so trusts usually take a little bit longer. Like, as of Friday, it's going to be a full month, so...
Seek fluid intake.
I'm not a happy camper. Like, I'm definitely waiting more than the prescribed average wait time. So that's why I found it appropriate to complain. There is a silver lining to it in the form of, you know, me being able to have a lot of the things that will make my MCX a lot more fun to use ready pretty much all at once. I don't know if I'm going to want to make it a stream, because if I am to make it a stream, I would prefer to have, you know, a dedicated desk for a handcam stream and whatnot. So, remains to be solved. Ah, fuck it, it's in the hull, isn't it? Left it in the prawn suit, of course I did. Here's a query of the day for you, anarchist. If someone buys a sort of cheaper suppressor, say an Otter Creek, and then runs it on a DI rifle without making any kind of allowances for it, you know, without adjusting the gas block, without so much as adjusting the buffer weight, like, no modifications. He just took a raw arrow upper, not a raw arrow, a raw arrow rifle, just slapped a suppressor on it, and claims that, you know, he didn't have a good time with it, and therefore suppressors are bad. Would you call that person retarded, or is that bait? Because I'm definitely leaning towards calling that person retarded. I don't mean anyone in particular, I'm just, you know, a hypothetical. Is someone moving my shit? Depends on how they say it, but it's one of the two. They say the message is that suppressor is bad. That particular Ottercrete suppressor is bad because of the experience that they've had, and the experience with the suppressor is putting it on a DI gun raw without, you know, tailoring it to be a suppressor host. Okay, we have our HUD ship. Any minute now. Oh, lovely. Okay, so at least we have full visibility now, so that's better. Let's throw some biomatter into the furnace, and I get too carried away with hunting, okay? I would like to keep the eyeball, though. The eyeballs look good in an aquarium. No, but we're specifically talking about someone just taking a mid-range suppressor, throwing it on a DI gun raw, making no adjustments for it, and then saying that because of the bad experience that person had, suppressors are generally a bad idea for civilians. Like, is that someone being deliberately obtuse and contrarian? A so-called aspirational freethinker. Alright, we can afford to tussle with the damn thing a couple of times now, and now we have good location data on actual magnitude. None that way still. Seems kinda tarded? Yeah, I thought as much. Brought to you by, unsurprisingly, the same person who claims that Hollow Sun is just as good. There is no material difference between a Hollow Sun optic and a Trijicon RMR, according to that same source. Just so that you understand the scale of the problem we're dealing with here. I want to brush up on my hull integrity there. To make sure we have our full HP pool by the time this angry noodle decides to direct its attention at us. I really don't want to deal with him. Like, I'm gonna survive tussling with that thing a couple of times, and I can always retreat into the mushroom forest while he rattles me around. Some of the Hollow Suns are fine, but they aren't an aim point. I mean, they aren't a Trijicon for that matter, and I'm not very impressed with Trijicons. Like, sure, the RMR is durable, but the SRO is not. But the thing is, like, even from a... Here's the thing, while the feature set of a Trijicon of an RMR is very limited, I guess the HDs are slightly better. I would still take an RCR or an RMR over a Hollow Sun any day. Not only because, you know, American manufacturer, all that good jazz, like, don't fund your enemies and whatnot, but also, I think it's very much a case of pay once, cry once. Yeah, sure, I can afford 3 Hollow Suns for the money that I would pay for a Trijicon RMR. Especially since I want a green dot. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure the lifetime of that single green dot RMR is going to be more than 5 Hollow Suns by whatever their numbers are. I don't remember the model names. You know what I mean? It's like a pay once, cry never kind of thing. And honestly, I'm not that hard up on money where I need to go out of my way to save $400. Even if there was no material difference, if I need to pay a little bit extra for something that's American made and has good warranty support versus just random Chinesium, like, I think I can just go ahead and do that, both for utilitarian and moral considerations. And the logic he was giving, oh, all of these things cost the same to make, but the people making your Trijicon RMR just want to collect an American salary and drive nice cars and live in nice houses. And if you pay American prices for American manufacturing, well, you're just a fucking bum who's paying these people's salaries and they're basically having a go at your expense. Never mind that you're, you know, supporting a tax-paying entity in the country. Never mind that you're helping create jobs in the country. No, you're just a fucking mark. Because you're willing to pay for something that's not slave labor. Reminder that these people can vote, and their vote counts just as much as yours. Really? I did all that? You know what? I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna make a whole... He tried it. He tried it. He tried to take a swing at me. That's a gel sack. I don't need any more gel sacks. He definitely tried it. Yeah, fuck you too, buddy. Alright, we can pack up and go the fuck home now. Mission accomplished, magnetite achieved. God, this sucks donkey balls. Alright, next stop, deep shrooms. And blood oil, by the way. We need both. Let me quickly check my blueprints. What do I need for a range enhancer? Copper and magnetite. I don't have any copper on me, however, I now have the capability of looking for limestone quickly, so... What I can do is just change my search focus to limestone, and now I have live updates on limestone chunks. Ain't that great, huh? Right, that's not great placement. There's going to be better stuff. But if we need to just find a single piece of copper and then we can move on. Not too bothered about the speed of the room, although that's probably something that we can make use of. Still not thrilled with that location. See, it's the same problem I have with people who make noticing their entire personality. Like, they have a positive outcome out of a certain thinking pattern that breaks the mold once, and then they think that the entire world now conforms to that contrarian way of thinking, and that contrarian way of thinking alone. And then they start questioning things like the sky being blue and water being wet. And it's just such an obnoxious mindset to deal with. And the problem is that those people are so fucking susceptible to the black pilling and the propaganda and copaganda that's very obviously catered to try to splinter the right. Like, people like that are just definitionally useful idiots. Their brains are so spongy they exist to be diddled. You threaten them with the probability of someone thinking that they're dumb because they're subscribing to an self-evident truth, and that's it. They just spurg out. They cannot live with that hypothetical. I need to sit down and edit my anti-black pillar rant. Do I not have copper ore? I probably don't, because it's probably in the storage. It's in the storage bay. Give me that. Actually, give me the gold. Give me the gold, and I'll grab some silver, because I think we had some silver. There we go. We are going to be able to fully upgrade the scanner room.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Shut you off. Hell yeah, range upgrade. The fact that Pam Bondi still has the job is the biggest black pill to you. I mean, it's a relatively moderate one. Like, all things considered. Like, it could have been so much worse. Oh, that is lovely range. That is fantastic. Very sexy. But we're gonna have to book all of this up. Oh, nope, not yet. Let's offload all of the materials. Like, Pam Bondi. Would it though? What do you mean? Sorry, I have streamer brain right now. If I forget what was the exact thing I said, please form that as a complete sentence. Not because you're asking the question wrong, but because I forgot what I said. Let's rename you into TI for now. Rare minerals. Make another hull reinforcement out of this. But the thing about Pam Bondi is very obviously an anchor. She is the millstone that was hanged on the neck of this administration to actively fumble everything she touches. Like, it's very obvious that the only thing that she has ever done well to progress her career is suck dick. Realistically, is she not the worst choice for being kept? Makes the entire admin look bad? Yes, that is very true. But in the grand scheme of things, it is a very minor obstacle. Like, despite Pam Bimbo, we're still getting so much shit done. We're getting so much stuff that we voted for. We must not allow these people to use their fucking house whore to demoralize us. That is the last thing we should ever permit them to do.
Warning, emergency power only.
You need to understand, Pam Bondi is very likely just an attempt to demoralize the trunk base. She was installed purely to fuck with us. I choose to believe this. Remove upgrades? Did I not remove the upgrades?
Emergency power only. Oxygen production offline.
Oh shit, the camera module doesn't. Fuck. One of the cameras is still out there. God damn it. Let's reconstruct real quick. Annoying. B is very obviously punishment for ever attempting to install Matt Gates as AG. I'm not sure he... Well, you know what? It's easy to... I don't know if he would have been good, but anything is better than Pam Bimbo. Like, she's obviously forgotten to come up for air from the metric tons of cock that she had to suck to end up in the job that she's currently in, and it's definitely left her with quite a bit of brain damage.
restored.
Let's go
All
recover
primary
that
systems
camera.
online.
Do this primarily because I don't want to leave a floating camera outside, because it's just going to be pissing me off by breaking the order of cameras that as they spawn, and it's just going to be a consistent waypoint that just hangs there, and it's going to be an incomplete set of cameras every time I build a scanner room, and I really don't want that. Is it a very autistic concern? Yes, I do not care.
Warning, emergency power only.
Well, let's not lock ourselves in. Alright, now we can deconstruct. And the last bit.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Welcome back from ads, brave ad warriors. And those of you who dodged the ads, I also salute you. But here's the thing, at the very least, she's smart enough to not get in Trump's way when it comes to deportations. Like, her primary two issues, and I can see that as being something that is being sort of sent down as directives from the swamp proper. The primary issues on which Pam Bondi sucks is, I'm going to say, the Second Amendment half of the time, so basically reducing federal Second Amendment infringements, and the Epstein stuff. I can see that she may have mishandled the Epstein stuff just because she is retarded. Just from the way she words certain things and explains certain things, it becomes increasingly apparent that at least a part of her career was definitely achieved on her back. That being said, she is fighting California over actually bad gun laws. So she's like, how should I put this? She's like 60% she's 60% good. We're just particularly annoyed about the other 40, which is again a lot for a notable cabinet member. I would like us to have a better attorney general. You're not going to hear an argument from me. I think she should never have gotten the job and should be fired yesterday. There is a reason she is being kept on board. We may not have full visibility on it. Maybe it gets some of the rhinos to play ball in certain votes. I don't know. I trust that Trump is a proficient enough executive to, and he has a proven track record of being a good enough chess player to manage those variables well. My understanding is that he also wants to stage some wins, some easy wins to collect in the lead up to the midterms. That's probably why we're getting the stimmy check around June, or like around US 250. So yeah, that'd probably be July. That's why we just nabbed Maduro. The Minnesota operation is effectively successful, at least from a stated mission statement. And maybe, you know what, just maybe, closer to the midterms, maybe we're going to see the big beautiful lawsuit actually succeed on the merits, because the DOJ is realistically sandbagging it. They could just forfeit, but I don't know, maybe does it create liability for relitigation if they don't try to fight it in the courts? Like, are they opening it to appeal in the case they, what should I say?
Engine powering down.
Is there something akin to a mistrial that can be invoked if the DOJ just refuses to uphold the NFA? Like, can a following administration just come in and say, hey, like, your DOJ was politically motivated, they engaged in passing laws despite being an executive agency, and, like, they did not present the case of the DOJ and of keeping the NFA in good faith, and therefore we, the new administration, can challenge that ruling, as opposed to the DOJ having to put up a fight in court, present whatever shoddy arguments they may have, and have the Supreme Court with Justice Thomas just rape them over it. I don't know. I am not a lawyer. So I'm not even going to begin to imagine that I have any kind of exclusive knowledge on the matter. We don't have more batteries. Do we not have a battery charging station? I feel like that's something we found. We did find that. It needs a wiring kit and copper wire. Wiring kit is what? Wiring kit is what? That's probably gold or silver, I forget. So here's the thing. I understand the desire to black pill. I understand the desire to chimp. We really don't have a lot of reasons to chimp. Like, realistically, when you actually sit down and think about stuff, we don't have a good reason to chimp. And the extent to which the left is chimping progressively more every day, I might add, it should be an indication to us that we're actually in a significantly better place than we think. If the situation was hopeless, they would not be keeping the Groypers on payroll. Well, not the Groypers on payroll. The Groypers do it for free. But Nick Fuentes would have probably been, you know, retired from his current function by drowning him in a bucket of cum in a San Francisco bathhouse. Because at that point he would have outlived his usefulness. Alright, CMOS sonar, 2 magnetized copper wire. I kind of want to make... What did we need the magnetite for? Fret not, it is going to be okay. Source, it came to me in a dream. Cyclops. Alright, Cyclops sonar. We have these. 3 magnetites and a computer chip. You know what? I'm getting a little tired. I feel like we did a lot of good work today, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw some lantern fruit into the bioreactor and call it a day. Damn, these guys are loud. Let that be my parting message of the day. If things were hopeful, they would not be chimping out as hard as they are, and they would not need to maintain a fleet of useful idiots, ranging from all of the people who are trying to make you black pill, to people who are trying to convince you that you've already lost. None of these people are your friends. That includes the contrarian podcasters, the middle-of-the-road midwits, trying to tell you how it's not all complicated. These people are not your friends. Parse your information well, think deeply about things that are being told to you, and think of reasons why they are being told to you. Those are all important questions to consider whenever you're presented with new arguments. Speaking of new arguments, I guess we're recording tomorrow, so it's not really publishing tomorrow. But tomorrow, we're recording the pilot episode of a podcast with some friends. We're doing that with Razorwind, Operator Grizz, and that's Shiroi and Jamez. All very fine people, so it's going to be aspirationally a good podcast. One person in the chat right now, y'all voted for Subnautica and then left. I shall remember this. Operator Grizz. You know what? Let's raid into Operator Grizz, since I just mentioned him and he's the only podcast mate that that's currently live. And you know what? As much as Babbies irk me as a format, his model is very nice. So just gonna go right into him. Operator Grizz, there he is. So go say hi to him. I did not tell you anything about the podcast because I'm not sure I'm supposed to disclose any of it just yet. I'm gonna start a raid. Alright. Live well. Be safe, stay dangerous. This has been Kuromaru Onii-san, reminding you to train every day. Get the fuck out of the dojo. Bye-bye.
You would know. There's a definitely different color.